You're looking live at the grounds of Rideau Hall on this Wednesday, November 4th, a cool but sunny autumn day. And you can see something that we haven't seen here on the grounds of Rideau Hall in some time, and that is hundreds of members of the general public lining the streets, waiting for the arrival of Justin Trudeau and his new cabinet. Hi, everybody. I'm Rosemary Barton. Welcome to this CBC News special. Peter Mansbridge will be with us shortly. But in the meantime, as we take in what is to be really a historic day for Justin Trudeau as he names his first cabinet and also for this new Liberal majority government, let me give you a sense of where we are today as we bring you this special coverage here. There you see Parliament Hill, downtown Ottawa. Again, really an incredible fall day here in this city. And down the road, down Sussex Drive, 24 Sussex, which is, of course, the official residence of the Prime Minister, although not this time round. If you cross the street and head up that driveway there, that is, of course, Rideau Hall, and that is the drive where Justin Trudeau and his new cabinet will walk up into Rideau Hall to be sworn in by the Governor-General later this morning. Behind Rideau Hall, Rideau Cottage, which isn't a building that was well known to Canadians until perhaps a week ago when it was decided that Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister designate, for a little bit longer anyway, will live with his family, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau and his 3 children, while they decide what's going to happen to 24 Sussex, which is, as we know, in desperate need of renovations. So he's decided to move into that building behind Rideau Hall while they make some decisions about what happens to the official residence just across the ways from where we are today. To give you a sense of what's here on the grounds, not only hundreds of members of the public who have shown up at an open invitation from Rideau Hall and from Justin Trudeau, but also some big screen TVs where they can watch how events unfold inside Rideau Hall. That's not something we've ever seen here before for a swearing in of the cabinet. There are some tents with free coffee and hot chocolate where people can get warmed up. But as I said, quite a lovely day for this first cabinet swearing in. So let's take you outside and talk to some of our reporters who are helping us with the coverage here today. Hannah Thibodeau is there lining the streets with the people, and Terry Milewski, our chief political correspondent, is there as well. Let's go to Hannah first to get a sense of what things are like in the crowd and why people came out here today. Hannah?
Yeah, Rosie, I'm standing actually right at the gates where we will first see Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister designate, and his cabinet walk through. What we're waiting for, the team now of 28 cabinet ministers is going to arrive on a bus at 24 Sussex Drive. That is directly across from me right now. Currently, there are still people who are streaming in to come and see this event today because, as you were mentioning, this is open to the public. Not only open to the public, but the first time, really, that there has been an official invite for the public to come and see what is happening and watch this actually take place. And if we look over to this side here, this is actually, you'll see a bunch of people who are waiting for the cabinet and the Prime Minister designate to arrive. There's also all of the cameras. That is going to happen any minute now. So that is something that we're standing here watching. There are a few, I'd say there's about 50 or 60 people, too, who are waiting to see this actually happen. And I was into the crowds a bit earlier. There is a lot of excitement. There's a lot of enthusiasm. And I'm going to talk to one lady a little bit later. She actually has a dress with Pierre Elliott Trudeau's face on it. You're going to want to watch that. Why does she have that dress? You're going to have to wait.
Well, now you know that people will stand by a dress with Pierre Trudeau's face on it. Yeah. Let me just give people a bit of information of how things have unfolded here already. The Governor-General confirming that at this hour, Stephen Harper came to Rideau Hall not long ago and has now officially resigned as Prime Minister of Canada. And there will be a statement by the Governor-General making that all official in a few moments' time, which means that the stage is set for Justin Trudeau to become Canada's 23rd Prime Minister, along with his cabinet. And because we have eagle eyes everywhere in this town, Hannah, we already have some idea of who will be part of that cabinet. People who have been spotted getting onto the small buses that are going to bring members of the new cabinet here and walk up this driveway, which is now lined with really hundreds of people, 2 or 3 deep, along the driveway up to the Governor-General's residence. Look at that. You can see really something that we haven't seen here before, at least in the past decade. Perhaps there have been other instances, but certainly under Stephen Harper's government, things were very different. And you can see people running to get good spots and to try and get a glimpse of the new Prime Minister as well as his new cabinet. And there, in front of the doors of Rideau Hall, the Trudeau family. That's what it looks like to me anyway. Yes, his children. Sophie Gregoire is not there, but those are his children, Xavier, Sophie Grace, and his little child, Hadrian, who turned into such a rock star throughout this election. And of course, there's his mother, Margaret Trudeau, standing alongside them as well. And I would imagine that's their nanny helping them out on a day that's going to prove to be quite busy. Behind them, some of the senior members of Justin Trudeau's staff. They will be waiting here as Justin Trudeau walks up the driveway with his wife, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau, and members of this new cabinet. He will walk along. I believe that's his stepsister there as well, alongside Margaret Trudeau, who's also here for. So obviously a big family day for the Trudeaus as they prepare to take office here and form government. Terry Molesky is standing by beside the fountain, not far from those doors there. And Terry, let's just put out some of the names of the people that we have spotted already who may well be part of this cabinet. Do you want me to do that, or do you have some of those names? Okay, so here are some of the people that we expect to show up in mere moments as Justin Trudeau arrives with his cabinet. Already, though, we see his children and his mother, Margaret Trudeau, who must be very nostalgic about how this day is unfolding for her son today, making their way down the driveway and perhaps stopping to talk to some members of the public as they wait for Mr. Trudeau to arrive. Some of the names, though, that we have already spotted in downtown Ottawa that we expect to show up on these buses with Justin Trudeau's first cabinet: Scott Bryson, a longtime Liberal MP from Nova Scotia; Ralph Goodale, longtime Liberal MP as well, former finance minister, and of course an MP from Saskatchewan. We are expecting to see the face of Mélanie Joly, a newly elected Liberal MP from Montreal, close friend of Justin Trudeau's. She also has been spotted in downtown Ottawa today, as we look again at Margaret Trudeau and Justin Trudeau's youngest, Hadrian, well dressed for the occasion. Other people that we've already spotted that we expect to be part of this new cabinet: Carolyn Bennett, a longtime Liberal MP as well from the Toronto area; Jim Carr, a Liberal MP newly elected in the city of Winnipeg; Marianne Mahaichuk, another Manitoban elected as well. We have seen her on a bus on her way here to Rideau Hall; Harjit Sajjan. He is a newly elected MP for the region of British Columbia. He also has been spotted, as has Jody Wilson-Raybould, a Liberal MP again in British Columbia. Just some of the names and the faces that we have seen gathering together as they make their way here to where we are, the grounds of Rideau Hall, on this beautiful autumn November day. As you can see, still lots of people lining the streets and more flooding in every moment as Margaret Trudeau and the Trudeau family make their way up. The other difference here today, that perhaps the general public doesn't realize, is reporters are roaming freely. Previously, they had been kept behind ropes and sort of relegated to a very small space in front of Rideau Hall. That is not the case today. They can roam around and talk to people as they wish. And there you see the Trudeau family waiting for the arrival of Mr. Trudeau and his wife. Let's bring in Hannah Thibodeau again. She is down by the front gates where she is waiting and listening for the arrival of the new cabinet ministers and talking to some of the general public. Hannah?
Yeah, we're just standing here. We haven't seen the bus arrive yet. It's arriving at 24 Sussex Drive. Then they're going to be walking across the road here. As you were talking about, the first order of business today was for the current Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, to go to Rideau Hall, meet with Governor General David Johnston. And at that time, he officially resigned. After that, we will see Justin Trudeau and his team walk up this road here to go to Rideau Hall. Once they get inside, there's going to be a private meeting with Justin Trudeau and his wife, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau. They will sit down with Governor General David Johnston and his wife, Sharon. That's going to be a very brief meeting. That's just before all of the official ceremonies begin. Then at 10:30, that's when the swearing in begins, Rosemary. That's what everybody's been waiting for. You were talking about some of the names of people who will be in that cabinet. However, first off, the first person to get sworn in, makes sense, is going to be Justin Trudeau himself, and he has to swear 3 oaths. After he is done, he signs this book, and what that book is essentially the roster, his team roster, all of his cabinet ministers. He hands that over to Governor General David Johnston, and then the official swearing in of all of the cabinet ministers.
Let me just put you on pause for a minute, Hannah. Just behind me, or walking to the left of me right now, is the U.S. Ambassador Bruce Heyman. He'll be able to see over my shoulder in just a moment. One of the special guests that's arriving here today. We're also expecting, as you know, Hannah, that former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien will be in attendance today, as will former Prime Minister John Turner. So it's sort of turning into certainly a celebration of the Liberal win, but also almost a carnival kind of setting here on the grounds. And there you see again Justin Trudeau's youngest, Hadrian, dressed in a fighter pilot jacket and a toque, although, as I've been saying, it's not the coldest of days. And because we're still looking at Justin Trudeau's children, who are preparing for, and perhaps not realizing how momentous this day is for their dad and for their family, let's cast our minds back, way back to 1980, when Justin Trudeau lived through a moment not unlike what his children are going to live through. There you can see him sitting in the front row, yawning, in 1980, as his father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, prepares to be sworn in, and his 2 brothers sitting there beside him, not quite as bored, but perhaps a little bored. So we'll see if his children are able to better hide their fatigue or their boredom and what can sometimes be a long ceremony, certainly for children. But the full circle moment of that, not lost on anyone here today, certainly not lost on his family, his mother, and himself, and will undoubtedly make it quite poignant for him as well. So, just to give you an idea again where we are, just down the driveway from Rideau Hall, of course the official residence of Canada's Governor-General David Johnston. And as you can see behind me, really a packed Rideau Hall grounds in a way that we have not seen before for this swearing in of Canada's 23rd Prime Minister. And to bring you up to date on where we are in terms of the timeline, as of this hour, the outgoing Prime Minister, and he is now gone, Stephen Harper, has officially resigned to the Governor-General as we await the arrival of Justin Trudeau with his wife and his new cabinet. And to give you a sense of how that will unfold, there are a couple of buses that will pull up at the gates of Rideau Hall just across the street from 24 Sussex, and they will make their way up this driveway here behind me, which is a fairly long one. And I imagine there will be some cheering, and there will be a few moments to shake hands with people too, because we have seen, of course, since the election and throughout, but perhaps more importantly since the election, that Justin Trudeau has not shied away from stopping to take selfies with the crowd, shake hands, and get right into the thick of things, even if it's not always the thing that security wants. And he's made it clear to his people and to the RCMP that that's something that he wants to be able to continue to do. Those are the front gates of Rideau Hall there, you can see. More people lining the street as well. And if you look just across the street past that flag, that is, of course, where 24 Sussex is. Again, lots of conversation in the past couple of weeks about what to do about the official residence of the Prime Minister, which has been flagged as an ongoing problem for the past decade, really. Renovations to the tune of $10 million or more. There's asbestos inside that building, and it's why Justin Trudeau decided that his family would not, in fact, move into it, but instead moved into a cottage, although it's not really a cottage, it's a big house behind Rideau Hall called Rideau Cottage, and it's where they have set up very much in the same neighborhood as where they were living, so their children didn't have to change school, and still a comfortable place and close enough where he can get to where he needs to go. And you can still see people running into the grounds of Rideau Hall, trying to get the best spot before things start to unfold. And we are expecting things to unfold any moment. Justin Trudeau scheduled to arrive at around 9:45, so that could be within moments. From that moment, the Prime Minister designate, because he's still not the Prime Minister quite yet, and his wife, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau, will begin to walk up this main drive on their way to Rideau Hall. And it's not until 10 a.m., as you heard from Hannah there, that they will meet with His Excellency, the Right Honourable David Johnston, and his wife, Sharon Johnston. That will be a brief, sort of informal meeting before the actual ceremony gets underway in the ballroom, where there will be the first swearing in, of course, of the Prime Minister himself before we proceed to hear who the rest of the cabinet members are. Let's go back to Hannah Thibodeau now, who has made her way up from the front gates and is close to where the people are. And that's part of the story here today, not just the names, but the fact that there are so many Canadians out who wanted to see this moment, which everyone agrees is a historic one. Hannah, give us a sense of where you are and who's around you.
Rosie, if you turn to your left, I am right in the crowd in front of Rideau Hall. This crowd has been here pretty early this morning, and they were still streaming into the front gates. I literally just ran up from the front gates. So look at these guys. They have told me how excited they are to be here to witness this event, because really this is the first time that crowds have officially been invited. They were invited on Twitter. People learned about it. And in fact, we had people coming from the United States to come see this event today. But I am going to talk to this lady. I was promoting this a little bit earlier. How can you not talk to a person who has a paper Pierre Elliott Trudeau dress? And in fact, Catherine McDonald, right here, look, give that a model. She's doing a great job modeling that dress, and she has fantastic blue fingernails. Tell me about this dress.
Well, when I was in grade 9, I lived in Ottawa, and my friend Sue got me to work on Pierre Elliott Trudeau's leadership campaign, and we stuffed envelopes together. Paper dresses, 1967, were the big fashion, and of course I had to have a dress. My friend here has the button, so we're new best friends now.
So you're new best friends, but you wore this dress. Your dad made you wear it to kind of irk the neighbors?
We moved back to Halifax in 1968, and my father would say, he being a strong Trudeau fan, why don't you put on that dress, and then we'll go walking up the street and bug the neighbors.
Now, I just want to see, looking behind you, there's some of the staff members. That's Jerry Butts, who's giving a big hug there, getting some applause. These are the staff who actually worked on the campaign. We see Gerald Butts. We see also in there Katie Telford. And, of course, we are talking to the crowd here who are excited even to see them. Rosie.
Yeah, who knew that staffers were this famous as well? But they're also doing the walk and getting the cheers there. Katie Telford ran this campaign along with Jerry Butts, and both of them are expected to take, as you know, Hannah, key roles inside the Prime Minister's office. Katie Telford is expected to be the Prime Minister's new Chief of Staff, and Jerry Butts likely to get the job of really senior advisor or principal secretary inside the Prime Minister's office. They were both seen as not only the key figures to help Mr. Trudeau win this election, but as an extremely good duo that worked together. And so they will take up the mantle of helping Mr. Trudeau actually do some of the things that he's promised to do for Canadians. You also saw in that crowd Cyrus Reporter, who was Justin Trudeau's chief of staff, as he was a member of the third party. Because remember, he started in third when all of this began, and now he's formed a majority government. Cyrus Reporter as well will be inside the Prime Minister's office. We're hearing more cheering right now as we see the arrival of... That's right. Unbelievably, that cheering is for none other than CBC's chief correspondent, Peter Mansbridge, who's just rolling up now and is going to join me in mere moments. Even he gets cheers today, as well he should. And that just gives you a sense of probably the sense of excitement here, too, right? There's a lot of people here, a lot of people that have turned up to see what everybody knows is a big moment in Canada's history as we see this, the son of a former prime minister now become Prime Minister himself. So again, let's take a moment to live that full circle moment. Let's go back to 1968, where you see the arrival of Pierre Elliott Trudeau on these same grounds, to this same building, in black and white footage, arriving to become Prime Minister himself. Of course, a long time ago, a very different crowd behind him, and today you will see how Canada has changed and how Canadian politics have changed since that moment. Mostly white gentlemen, part of that cabinet, crowding around Mr. Trudeau. Today, it's going to be quite the different story as we see a more diverse group, and as we know, a gender-balanced group as well that are going to arrive and walk down that driveway in mere moments. There again, Justin Trudeau's family, his children, and his mother awaiting Justin Trudeau's arrival. And let's go down by the fountain now, where I believe we have with us Terry Molesky. Terry, give me a sense of what you're hearing, what you're seeing.
Well, quite a buzz here by the fountain. We're just in front of Rideau Hall, where we have a good view of the awaiting Trudeau family, waiting the new Prime Minister, who will soon be able to drop the word designate from. Quick word on a couple of stories developing. The secret's basically out. Bill Morneau, who we've seen getting on one of the buses, is in line to be the new Minister of Finance. We're also hearing Melanie Joly, another one seen getting on the bus, that she is in line for Minister of Heritage. And there are some very interesting other new names, new faces getting onto that bus. I'll mention one, Mariam Monsef, quite an incredible story. Her father was killed in Afghanistan when she was just 3 years old. Her family fled. The mother, in her 20s with 3 young children, went hither and yon, Jordan, Pakistan, ended up in Canada, taking a taxi all the way from Montreal to Peterborough to stay with a friend. There she arrived at the age of 11, learned English, and now here she is on her way into the cabinet. We will see in the course of the day quite a few other interesting newcomers, new faces sprinkled throughout the cabinet, but the traditional regional balance will dictate some other faces as well. Obviously, that's one good reason why Ralph Goodale will certainly be in the cabinet, because, of course, he's the only Liberal from Saskatchewan. Also, regional balance. Remember that gender parity is not the only story here. Liberals have suddenly elected 4 people from Alberta. Who knew? So one of those is probably going to end up in the cabinet. I'm hearing a lot about Amarjeet Sohi. He's again got an incredible story. Spent a couple of years mostly in solitary confinement in jail in India. He was picked up, wrong guy in the wrong place at the wrong time, totally innocent, ended up in jail, most of it, as I say, in solitary confinement in the Indian state of Bihar. That was back at the end of the 80s, and the separatist war with the Sikhs in Punjab. So we will see a lot of these individually very interesting stories. However, the big names, so we're going to see, for example, talking about the establishment, Toronto is back, the center of the universe, because we're going to see both the present and former members of Parliament for Toronto Centre on the front bench, I think. Bill Morneau being one, Chrystia Freeland being another. Obviously, a tremendous international resume in her case, somebody who knows her way around Moscow, Kiev, speaks the language. So interesting stories from familiar faces and a lot of new ones today, Rosie.
And that's sort of the story of this cabinet. And look who has joined us now here on the grounds of Rideau Hall, none other than CBC's chief correspondent, Peter Mansbridge, who will now guide us through the rest of this coverage. Peter.
Don't go anywhere.
I'll stay here.
You'll be guiding too. And I should probably explain, I didn't sleep in.
Oh, good.
I've actually been working for the last 3 hours on a special that we're doing tonight on the National, in terms of kind of a behind-the-scenes look at this day. We've managed to get some pretty good access. So, but listen, it's a great story that's unfolding in terms of excitement and in terms of the potential new direction and how they're able to deliver on that. There's certainly, we're going to see in these next few minutes, and you and Terry have already been through a list of the names. I just saw that group from my vantage point as they're meeting outside 24 Sussex, like literally, like in the driveway of 24 Sussex. Which is kind of odd, seeing as they can't use that.
Yeah, they're not living there.
Using the residence as a holding area to come in here, and but all the names that Terry just mentioned are standing there. You know, a mix of some of the old guard and a lot of the new guard, and it's a very diverse-looking group. This is their first challenge, as we've been saying, and you've been saying over these last couple of days. Today is the start day. This is when you actually have to really start delivering, and not just talking about the promises, but delivering on some of those promises. So we're going to see that as this day unfolds. But you know, there's the piper who will be piping in the new cabinet group as they head towards Rideau Hall to be sworn in. Lots of people down there too. You know, the public has turned out. A lot of schools have made this day a special day, so there are lots of kids here, but it's a real mix. Yeah, this is Thielen Kignosway, who is and Sergeant Malcolm Odell is the bagpiper that we'll hear the drummer Thielen a little later on, who's just 12 years old. You can see the Prime Minister designate will only be calling him that, and his wife Sophie will only be calling him that for the next hour before he's sworn in as Prime Minister, the 23rd Prime Minister of Canada. You know, huge day for him, which started, I can tell you, very early this morning. They've done a lot of things. I can't talk about them yet as part of the deal, but I mean, it's been a very exciting day, and you know, we'll see all of it unfold later. But this is the the critical moment. This image of new, fresh, young, diverse is all unfolding, now before us as they enter the grounds of Rideau Hall. He told me one of the reasons you want to walk from 24 Sussex to across to here is as a kid he used to do it all the time. To run across to Rideau Hall, sometimes to play with Dominic LeBlanc, the son of the former Governor General Romeo LeBlanc. So he wanted that walk to be a part of this day for him as well. So we're seeing more and more of these new faces that are coming through on this, Bill Morneau from Toronto, and Jane Philpott, Catherine McKenna, Dominic LeBlanc, as I said, now walking across that same pathway they used to take as kids. He will be in the cabinet. That's not going to surprise anybody. A number of the kind of older guard, if you wish, from whether it's Stéphane Dion or Ralph Goodale, Carolyn Bennett, names that you and Terry have mentioned, are still in cabinet. What portfolios they have will determine, their impact within this cabinet. But it's those new, young Liberals who are coming today of various different backgrounds from different parts of the country, which will really define this cabinet and this government in its early days. Some of the members of the general public and some of the kids of, kids and families of these new ministers are all waiting here as well to see their parents, their father or mother being sworn in today. Boy, they couldn't have asked for better weather, right? I mean, they got delivered the weather this week, a gorgeous fall day, a little chilly, but warmer than it was at 6:30 this morning, I can tell you that. So who are you seeing there, Rosie, that we want to keep our eyes on?
So, I mean, we're only getting our first glimpse of, remember, Justin Trudeau's looking to keep this cabinet at under 30, so the best guess is 28. One of the people we can sort of see over the left shoulder of Sophie Gregoire Trudeau is a woman by the name of Patty Hadju. She would be a new Liberal MP, and obviously now a member of cabinet from Thunder Bay, from Northern Ontario. This is one of the challenges, of course. You have to try and get good regional representation, and so she would fill that seat, but she's also a well-regarded woman who is of Aboriginal descent as well. So behind there, Justin Trudeau. On the right, as you've mentioned, Jane Philpott. She is a doctor who's worked extensively on refugee issues. She's the woman that took down Paul Calandra, the Prime Minister's parliamentary secretary, in that riding. I think I can see also behind her Carolyn Bennett, who's been a long-time Liberal MP as well, a doctor as well. Yeah.
And you can start to, at least in the guessing game, associate, given their backgrounds, where they might be headed.
That's right. That's right. Kent Hare is also there. He, of course, took one of the seats in Alberta. I actually ran into him on Spark Street. He was super excited to be here.
So we know the names, we see the faces, but do we know what portfolios though will be in? Terry went through a list of what the latest guessing is on a number of things. There's much expectation, of course, as to who will fill that finance portfolio. Yeah. Terry's saying he's hearing Bill Morneau has been one of the frequently mentioned new MPs. It's quite a leap to go from being brand new right into the finance portfolio, which many feel is the centerpiece of any government in terms of following the Prime Minister, but especially at a time when the economy is, somewhat on shaky ground in a number of areas. Piper going
Right behind
us here now. So we're fighting a little bit those fantastic strains.
You can also see Stéphane Dion as well, which some people might be surprised to see. A fairly good balance of new faces and some experience. Be interesting to see where Stéphane Dion ends up, because we know that these climate talks in Paris are really weeks away at this stage. So will they tap into the experience that he had to bring him back into their portfolio? That'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah, there's been a lot of speculation on that.
Too,
yeah, a lot of speculation on that point in terms of people like Stéphane Dion. In the background there, the former astronaut, who, that's no surprise, but what will he get? Will he be the Foreign Affairs Minister, which was the area where he was the critic for the Liberals when they were facing the Conservatives in the last Parliament? Will he end up as Foreign Affairs Minister? So said, will Morneau end up as Finance Minister, or will a glass ceiling be broken here today? Canada's never had a female finance minister. Much talk about gender parity, which will be expressed here today, but will that result in power? Will it result in somebody becoming the finance minister from that side of the gender equation? We'll have to wait and see. That list will be out shortly, but the actual swearing in won't take place for about another half hour or so inside Rideau Hall. But you can tell from that shot a number of things. One, it's not as big a cabinet as we're used to seeing. Often another 10 or so in cabinet. This looks like it's the high 20s. They're guessing has been 28. We're used to seeing cabinets in the high 30s. But we also used to seeing at different times. What we got there?
The kids are running down.
Oh, yeah. We're used to seeing at different times on different changes of government a small cabinet to start with, as they say. We don't need all those ministers. And then as time moves on, they get it. And there's some of the Trudeau kids, the youngest being just 1 year old now in Prime Minister Trudeau's arms. I can let one little thing out of the back. He was, at one point they said, well, do you want the kids with you the whole way, and the little guy there, you'd have to carry the whole way. He said, you know what, if I do that, I'm not going to be able to walk that whole length carrying him and still be able to go through the other duties that I have. So Adrian got to walk up to this point, and now he's in his dad's arms.
Also in that crowd at the back, Peter, was Jean-Yves Duclos. He would be a newly elected member from Quebec, and extremely capable in terms of the economy and finance, director of the Department of Economics at the University of Laval, and extremely experienced, so someone that will lend some weight to a number of the things that Mr. Trudeau has to do in the weeks and years ahead there. He's also his stepsister, you can see standing right there in the red jacket, as well as his mother with him.
So the Trudeau's now entering through the main front entrance of Rideau Hall. They'll be in a kind of small holding area with the new members of the Trudeau cabinet for a while, about 15 or 20 minutes. Prime Minister designate has to meet privately with the Governor General, David Johnston, in his study at Rideau Hall, where they exchange some of the formalities that are associated with this day. That is in private, not accessible by any cameras. And then he'll come out of that meeting, and they will all head to the main ballroom area where the swearing-in takes place. So we're still probably 20 minutes away from that, but you can imagine frantically now journalists are trying to put those names to portfolios, which can be a tricky game unless you actually have the list in front of you. And this day will unfold in a certain way. Media is informed. so they can be ready with biographies, everything like that when the different ministers are announced. But trust me, at this point, that kind of information is not out yet. And even though I've had some access today to a number of things that have been going on, I do not know the names, so I can't. I'm a portfolio, so I can't share anything with you there, even if I was allowed to.
Well, it's already, though, I think it's fair to say, a younger-looking cabinet, right? A combination, certainly, of some experience, but also some younger faces and some more ethnically diverse faces as well. You saw there Harjit Sajjan from British Columbia, a former lieutenant colonel with the Canadian Armed Forces who had been deployed on various missions in Kandahar in Afghanistan a number of times, as well as in Bosnia. Navdeep Bains, yeah, close to Justin Trudeau, one of the people who, when Justin Trudeau was deciding if he was in fact going to make this leadership bid, was part of the people that said, here's why you should do it, here's how we can do it. He, of course, has previously been an MP and is now back and in cabinet, in part because of some of the support that he lent to Mr. Trudeau and the friendship, really, as well.
Let's bring in Terry, because Terry's down there in the kind of fountain area, they call it, right in front of Rideau Hall. And so he had a good look at that group as they passed by his spot. And Terry, what were you thinking when you saw who's in and clearly who's out?
Well, if nothing else, this government is going to be a full employment program for journalists, Peter. Let's remember our needs. We're going to get a dozen different stories out of this new cabinet because of the new faces mixed with the old faces. We've also seen, just going inside, a whole array of what you might call the mandarins of the Ottawa establishment. I've seen this former the head of the communications security establishment, former chief of defense staff, General Tinchuk, and so on and so forth. One thing I noticed is that Marc Garneau is using a cane. Not quite sure what the story is there. Maybe he's hurt his leg. And we did see a really big moment, the one that you will see replayed often as Trudeau walks up into the sunshine. He did promise us sunny ways, remember, and so far he's delivered. Although we're not getting sun in my... This is the first failure of the new Trudeau cabinet, Peter. They didn't provide sunshine on our frozen spot. We're in the shade. Sad, but true.
Yeah, it is sad because it is, I can tell you, very warm in the sunshine.
Thanks. That's just great.
Don't worry, it will get warmer as the clock ticks on in the next couple of hours. Okay, Terry Malevsky just outside Rideau Hall, talking about what he saw in that group that went by. And I think as you mentioned, Rosie, a number of things hit you. One, size smaller than we're used to, at least initially here. Younger, diverse. Now, those were all the boxes they wanted to tick off, that they kept promising they were going to tick off when they came here. But still, the issue becomes, what are they going to be doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how you show that it's real change or not. It can't be the same old faces doing the same old jobs, to be quite frank. Yes, you need the experience, and I think that they covered those bases, but some of those new people need to be entrusted with some big jobs, and there are some big jobs to come. One of the things that maybe, and I hope people are getting a sense of it through their TV screens, is the almost sort of carnival atmosphere that you can see on the grounds here. Not only are there these big screen TVs, which I have never seen here before, where you're going to actually be able to see the swearing in on the grounds. You'll be able to watch it and hear it. But there's also these tents that have coffee and hot chocolate for people so that they can sort of relax and enjoy the moment if they've come down here with their families, or we know that there's at least one busload of university students who have made their way down here as well. People just wanting to experience it and see it. It's sort of a full circle moment for me too, because this is where, of course, the former Prime Minister who has now resigned, Stephen Harper, called the election, and on that day no one was invited onto the grounds of Rideau Hall, but people showed up anyway. They wanted to see that moment, and now here we are back. How many months later? Many months later.
Yeah, it feels like many months, but it really was only a couple.
Yeah.
Maybe we should send Terry over to that hot chocolate tent.
We should.
I think that'd be good for him. So get all fired up. Hannah Thibodeau is also. She's actually in that area where the public has joined. And there are at least a couple of thousand people here already, and one assumes as the morning progresses, there will be more. Hannah?
A couple of thousand people, Peter, and people who are extremely excited, especially this group here. Look at their signs. They are from Papineau. That is the riding that Justin Trudeau holds. So they got up bright and early this morning to get on a bus. There were about 40 of them to come down and see Prime Minister Designate lose that last part, the designate part, and become officially the Prime Minister. Let me talk first to Anne Crasta. She was on that bus. Why is it so important? You're originally from India, moved, and you live in Montreal now. Why is it so important for you to get up bright and early? It was 4 a.m. for you, I heard, to come down here to see this for yourself.
Yeah, because of this is our minister, new minister, and we like to work with him. And we already in the election we worked, and we like to that him to increase to his power to.
Now, let me move over. We have Sebastian Sylvester as well. He was on that bus with this gang behind me. Now, Sebastian, you were also up early. Why come here, stand in? You did wear comfy shoes. Everybody's wearing their comfy shoes to see the Prime Minister designate and his cabinet walk up along that road.
Because I know his father, because I came from 1983. That time his father is Trudeau, he's Prime Minister. Now that's why coming from now. Justin is my president is Trudeau.
So you liked his father.
Yes.
So
now his son too. I'm helped.
And you helped on the campaign as well?
Yes, very well.
So these guys, look, they have been standing here bright and early. They wanted to ensure to get that prime location. They were standing right up front. But look, I have a young fellow over here. He doesn't know I'm coming to talk to him, but I'm going to talk to him. We even have folks, yeah, he is young. Yeah. Why did you want to come down here today?
Well, it's a big part of Canada's history. More than 180 seats is a pretty big deal. So I came all the way from Calgary. But I study at Carleton University. So since I was in the capital, I might as well come down and see history unfold.
So what is so important about seeing it for yourself? What is the best moment?
Just the fact that you can engage with your Prime Minister, see him eye to eye, and just realize he's a normal person, normal Canadian like anyone else, and it's just part of our democracy, I guess.
So are your teachers going to go, hey, you're supposed to be in class, or are you good?
No, I don't have class until 4:30, so I'm pretty good.
Okay, you came down here for 4:30. Now, when they walked by, what was the special moment for you?
The special moment would probably just be seeing him waving to everyone, probably making eye contact with him as well. It's a pretty big moment.
Thanks for your time. So, Peter, everybody now, they were lined up against the road, but if we look over this way, they've kind of moved closer to the screens. There are big screen televisions behind there, so the thousands of people all kind of flooded over there after they walked past to ensure they got a good position to see each of those cabinet members swear in.
All right, Hannah, thanks very much, and a good indication of what it's going to be like there on the grounds of Rideau Hall as they wait to see the action inside when the swearing in will take place, and that's about 15 minutes away. As I said, there's a meeting going on, a one-on-one with the Governor General and the Prime Minister designate in his last 15 minutes or so being using that particular title. Okay, well, to help us guide us through some of what's going on, one of the insiders is with us today, David Hurley. David was very responsible for a number of past political campaigns, including those of Paul Martin, and was very much involved in the Kathleen Wynne campaign in Ontario the last little while, and is well connected to the group surrounding the about-to-be Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. David, on a day like this, I mean, you're sitting here, you don't know who's in for sure and what portfolios they have. Yeah. It's been kept to a very small circle, which is unusual for this town.
Right.
You got to say. But when you watched that group walk by, what did you see, aside from obviously knowing who some of those people were, but what did you see in terms of the makeup there?
I saw a lot of newness. I saw a lot of people who have not been part of this circle before. There's going to be a lot of new faces for Ottawa to get to know and for Canadians to get to know. Saw a lot of diversity in there. I saw, interestingly, a cabinet made by somebody who had no favors owed to anybody. Almost nobody gets to this job without owing a lot of people along the way how they got there. Justin Trudeau came in and picked up a political party that was flat on its back and literally rebuilt it himself. He didn't have any caucus debts to pay off. So he had a free hand in a way that perhaps no other prime minister in history has had a free hand in constructing a cabinet.
That's a really fascinating way of looking at it. Talk to me about the balance between new and old, because clearly we saw some faces in that group who have represented the Liberals in past governments at the cabinet position, but as you said, a lot of new faces. That must be a challenge, because you can't go, one assumes you can't start with an absolutely green group.
Right.
So what are you trying to do in that mix? What is the balance you're trying to achieve?
Well, I think that the balance you're trying to achieve is to have as much change in this. This was an election that was so much about change that, there's the last thing you wanted to do was give people the impression that you were going back to a government that was in place in 2005, for example. So it really had to lean toward newness with some experience in there to sort of back up those new people and to guide them and mentor them through early caucus days. I think it's interesting who they chose in that regard. It shows you some of the people that they value. People like Ralph Goodale and perhaps Scott Bryson are kind of obvious in that regard.
Especially Goodale.
Goodale.
He is the only Liberal from Saskatchewan.
Only Liberal from Saskatchewan. But people like Carolyn Bennett and John McCallum are a lot less obvious. And people that were trying to do the math on how to get to a small cabinet might not have had those people in. And so the fact that they are there means that obviously Mr. Trudeau has been impressed by them over their time as in the caucus. And maybe they're going to get the cabinet roles they were critics for. Carolyn Bennett would be an exceptional First Nations Aboriginal Affairs Minister.
Most people tend to agree that aside from the Prime Minister, the critical job is finance. Especially at a time when, as we've witnessed in this country, certain parts of the economy having difficulties, to say the least. Can you start with a brand new person in finance who has no political experience? Is there an argument to say, you can't do that? They got to have some political experience.
I think that prudence would indicate that the person would have some political experience, because the learning curve for a portfolio as demanding as finance, along with learning how to be a parliamentarian, would be awfully steep. I think that they've got, one person who might be the finance minister is Bill Morneau, who would fit that criteria. He's an exceptional person. He would send a very strong signal about economic competence, so they may take that risk. But they've got some other options too. Chrystia Freeland has a couple of years in the House of Commons, so she's learned those ropes, and she's got a tremendous financial background. Or it could be Bryson or Goodale.
But plus, she also makes the case much easier on the gender parity issue. Not just that it's parity, but it's political clout and power.
Right, absolutely. So a female in the finance portfolio would send a signal more directly, even than Deputy Prime Minister would, that women are equal in this cabinet.
Hasn't been a Deputy Prime Minister for a while.
Right.
Stephen Harper never had one.
Well, barely had a cabinet. Yeah.
That people knew about. But things if people were challenged on your old cabinet in terms of your relationship with Paul Martin to name half a dozen, you could, but the average Canadian, I'm sure, couldn't.
Right.
Probably couldn't get anywhere near a half a dozen of those ministers. So that kind of cabinet profile has lessened somewhat over time. Do you expect that we're looking at a serious attempt to raise cabinet profile, that they will be more not independent of government, but not shy about staking out their positions as well?
I think they would be wise to do that. And I think that they would be wise to allow cabinet ministers to bloom and to have some profile of their own, and for reasons that they're allowed to actually do things and make decisions on their own. I thought one of the best things that Mr. Chrétien did in his cabinet was allow ministers to become important people and to represent their factions in the party and the country. So people who were on the left-wing side of the party could look at the Chrétien cabinet and say, well, there's Lloyd Axworthy. He's a very powerful proponent of my ideas. Or they could look at people on the right-hand side of the spectrum could look at Paul Martin or John Manley and say, well, there's powerful people on my side. And so you could see that your perspective was represented inside the government, being argued at the heart of the government. I don't think people ever saw that in the Harper government, that there were strong counterweights to what the Prime Minister might think, that you could maybe not agree completely with the Prime Minister, but still have your perspective inside the government. And I think that's a real strength and something that I think they should encourage.
Do you think that the new government can maintain a small cabinet like is being announced today. I mean, we've seen this before. New governments, after a change of government, literally a change from one party to another, start small and rapidly grow big, or at least grow larger.
The temptation to creep is irresistible. And seems to have happened to every government. So whether they can resist it or not, I don't know. What we do know is that they've had here, and I don't think it's over the top to say this, a once in a generation influx of talent into the Liberal caucus, and there'll be a lot of extremely talented, ambitious people who are not part of this cabinet. And over time, the desire to find meaningful roles for them to play likely does lead to that kind of cabinet growth creeping.
All right, so we're obviously looking inside the ballroom. There's some great faces of Canada's
John Turner.
Political and ceremonial past. Former Prime Minister John Turner was there. We saw from the back the former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, who's sitting just one row ahead of John Turner. They did not have a great relationship. It'd be interesting to see whether they spent any time talking to each other. What the seating would have been negotiated, right? Yeah. We saw Michaël Jean, there's Jean Chrétien. Right. We saw Michaël Jean, the former Governor General, and Adrienne Clarkson, the former Governor General as well, in attendance today. So, you know, the political and ceremonial and official Ottawa all represented inside that room today for a slice of history. Every swearing in carries a historic moment, this being the 23rd Prime Minister that Canada will have had in its life since 1867. So it's an important moment in that regard, but it's also sending, at least they claim, to a whole new direction in terms of the way government will relate to the people of the country. There's Perry Bellegarde from the Assembly of First Nations, who was invited today as well. I think you can expect, it would not be a surprise at all to see certain Indigenous practices and culture represented throughout this ceremony today. Paul Martin did that one. Yes, we're smoked in. Yeah. And I think we'll probably see that, but not just from First Nations, Inuit representation. I think will likely be a part of this ceremony as well. So
they're going to have very high expectations for this government.
They all have very high expectations, right? Those various Indigenous groups are hoping that this will actually signal real change for them on a number of different areas. And how soon will that real change be exhibited? We've heard some sense that there will be an inquiry into the missing and murdered Indigenous women and children announced fairly soon in the life of this government. Now, there's a shot you don't see often. Chrétien and Turner, side by side, or they're a row apart. There's Jill Turner, John Turner's wife.
If I could comment on the significance of that for just a second.
Sure.
I mean, the wars in the Liberal Party go back so far. Mr. Chrétien really didn't want to be at Mr. Turner's swearing in, even though he was in the cabinet, and Mr. Turner was at Mr. Martin's swearing in, but Mr. Chrétien wasn't. They're both here, and the Liberal Party, in my lifetime certainly, has never been more united than it is at this moment. That may change over time as various ambitions start to intervene, etc. But at this moment, I can't recall a time when everybody's been more united around the leadership of the party than it is right now.
And so that image can be, no matter what their personal relationship is, the image itself is a symbolic one that kind of reaches out to party members in a way that kind of that image at the National War Memorial did. Was it last week when the outgoing Prime Minister, Stephen Harper,
was that nice?
And the incoming Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, shared the moment of taking up the wreath on the memorial to Nathan Cirillo. And it was, that sent a message to a lot of, these two people have been at each other's throats for the last couple of months, if not the last couple of years. And here they were together on a special day that means a lot to Canadians, but they were seen to be together jointly expressing their remembrance of somebody who served the country and had died right there at the War Memorial a year earlier. So that was a symbolic and important gesture, and I guess in some ways, for some people, so is the Chrétien Turner moment. I want to go down and, Rosie, who did such a fabulous job getting this program on the air this morning, is now at her next post, which is down by the fountain along with Terry Molesky, giving us a sense of what's happening there and what she's hearing, and we'll also be there to grill the new Prime Minister when he comes out of there after the swearing in. Rosie, what are you hearing?
Well, I actually have the list of cabinet, but I'm not allowed to give it to you yet.
We should probably explain that, because people, some people see this as all a big conspiracy.
No. So generally, in every new government, they give us the list of who the new ministers are, what portfolios they have, and then some general sort of biographical information about them. We are not allowed to reveal that list until, in this case, Justin Trudeau gets the official reins of government, if you will, and that's at that point we'll be able to tell you where everybody is going in terms of the portfolio. We already know who is here, though. We've seen the faces that have been the past experience: the Stéphane Dion's, Marc Garneau's, Ralph Goodale's, Dominic LeBlanc, Sky Bryson, Carolyn Bennett. Those people all in cabinet. And then we've seen all these new faces, people that Canadians will get to know over the weeks ahead: Bill Morneau, Mélanie Joly, Jean-Yves Duclos, Harjit Sajjan, and many, many others who will form this new group. And as you and I have talked about, a couple of things to watch for. Not only who gets the portfolios, but do the new faces get some of the big portfolios: finance, defense, foreign affairs? And do women get any of those portfolios too? Because as you know, it was back in the spring that Justin Trudeau made this promise for gender parity in cabinet. It's one thing to make that promise, but then you have to sort of put all your cards on the table and make sure that the women are represented in some of those big portfolios too. And some of the people that may get there: Chrystia Freeland is an incredibly capable person and has been in Parliament, so a good chance she could be put somewhere. Extremely powerful, an extremely powerful ministry, but that's sort of what you have to watch for. And the thing that occurs to me watching these pictures with all of you, Peter, too, is this is not just Ottawa. This is Liberal Ottawa that we are seeing the resurgence of, right? That for almost a decade, it has been Conservative Ottawa. Now we're seeing a lot of faces that we haven't seen in some time back in the seat of power.
And you're absolutely right. I mean, when changes occur like this, in terms of political power, the city changes in many ways. New people arrive, taking up the hundreds of different job positions, staff positions that will be needed in various ministers' offices and MPs' offices. But the city changes as well in its anticipation. I always think back to the time when the tablecloths changed at a popular restaurant in town the night the Liberals lost and the Conservatives won. And they went from red and white tablecloths to blue and white tablecloths. So you see a lot of things change at times like this in the city. Now, I want to pick up on Rosie's point, and I'm going to pick it up with somebody who's very familiar to Rosie, because it's one of her regular panelists on the Power and Politics program each afternoon, Amanda Alvaro, who has worked closely with the Liberal Party. And Amanda is in Toronto watching all this unfold today. And Amanda, as we watch the pictures from inside the Government House, we wonder about the point that Rosie made in terms of, okay, gender parity, that's great, but what are the positions going to be, and how important is it to ensure that women who come into cabinet, that some of them achieve those top positions? And your answer to that is what?
Well, I think with a small cabinet, all of those positions are going to be critically important. But yeah, we're looking to see, nobody wants tokenism. We're looking to see women in those powerful positions. Trade will be important. Finance is obviously important. Defense is important. And there's been a lot of speculation. We've been playing the name game now for a couple of weeks, and now we're just moments away from finding out. But wow, the excitement is palpable. And you see a lot of differences, a lot of unique firsts. Walking in to Rideau Hall today from 24 Sussex, the fact that post-ceremony, the new Prime Minister will be doing a Google Hangout with kids across the country, flanked by a lot of new faces as he walked in. There were just many, many moments of first. But of course, the very first commitment is the one that people were seeking, and that was gender parity. And it looks as if that's been achieved.
What else are you going to be watching for?
Well, I think we're going to be looking for, like I said, there were a lot of new faces right at the front. You know, we saw Catherine McKenna, we saw Melanie Joly, we saw Jane Philpott. These will be faces that are unfamiliar to a lot of Canadians. And just in a few moments and in, you know, the months and years ahead, they're going to become very important, critical members of this cabinet. Which portfolios do they get? We also saw a lot of diversity in the mix. And it looks like we're seeing representation from every province and region, even the far north, with the inclusion of Hunter Tutu.
Hunter Tutu, if he gets in, it'll be interesting because you know, that's a famous name in Canada's north. He's either the cousin or the uncle of Jordan.
Yeah.
David Hurley helped me out on that. Jordan Tutu, the NHL player of some renown, had a great book last year about his difficulties of transitioning from the north to the south and his abilities as a hockey player. So the Tutu name, a branded name in Canada's north. And Hunter Tutu, as Amanda says, is one of those who has been rumored to be on the list and in terms of a cabinet position today. So there we're looking at the kind of front bench of those who are closest to the new Prime Minister, is Jerry Butts, Katie Telford
to his left, and then Katie Telford to his right.
Right. And we saw Amanda's fellow power panelist on occasion, Rod Silver, in there as well.
He's Katie Telford's husband.
Katie Telford's husband, Rod Silver, and there he is, just off to the left of the screen. So it's a
He spent the whole campaign taking care of their son George, so Katie could be in Ottawa running the campaign.
Right. They live in Toronto, and Katie, of course, here. And there's going to be a lot of movement by some of these people, including Jerry Butts, who makes Toronto home with his family, and you know they're rumored to be moving into the Prime Minister's office in key roles: Principal Secretary, Chief of Staff. Various others. So, you know, that all list will come down. That's an important part of what happens in those offices. But as we said earlier, David, a very tight circle around Justin. You couldn't pull this off today. You know, basically having a leak-proof cabinet.
I think that they laid an interesting test out for these people, Peter. My understanding is that they were all told last week what position that they were going to get. Now, of course, no position is secure until you're actually in Rideau Hall. So I think it was an interesting test case for all those people, whether they could keep that secret.
Yeah, well, you know, when you're threatened with, you're off the list if it gets out, and we know that you let it out. That's a pretty good incentive to stay very silent. I can tell you, one of the people who's in this in that group, because I watched her walk up this driveway. I just interviewed 2 days ago as a feature for One-on-One this weekend, my interview program, because she has such a unique background, and we'll tell you who a little later. But not a hint of that possibility came up, even when sort of kind of prompted. Not a hint, nothing.
That's a good sign of discipline.
So that's pretty interesting.
Let's hope that the people who didn't get into cabinet are as closed-mouthed about things.
Well, that is the other risk on a day like this, because if you have 28 going in, you've got 150 or so who aren't.
Right.
Some of who very well may have expected to get in, either from past affiliation with past Liberal governments, or simply because they thought they were a star candidate.
Totally. There are a lot of people that we all would have expected might be in who aren't in, but probably everybody expected that they would be in. Years ago, somebody told me in politics that everybody who's in the caucus thinks they should be in the cabinet, and everybody who's in the cabinet thinks they should be the leader. So that's ultimately the cycle that we're on.
Okay, they're still arriving inside the ceremonial ballroom at Rideau Hall. We're told that the Prime Minister designate, about to be Prime Minister, will be arriving momentarily. And so they're just seating the final members, not only of the those who've been invited to watch, but the families. So we'll keep an eye on this beneath that great chandelier in the ceremonial ballroom. That chandelier was donated to Canada about a little more than half a century ago. From Britain, it's got 12,000 pieces of Waterford crystal in it. Now there's a fact I bet you didn't know.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
Well, let's just hope the bolts holding it up there are strong. All right.
Well, I think Jody Wilson-Raybould as Minister of Justice is
a possibility.
Is a possibility.
You know,
She's a fantastic candidate, and you know, I think that a lot of people talked about, do you want to put a First Nations person in as the Minister of Indian Affairs? And pretty no-win position for somebody like that to meet the expectations that people have.
Plus, you know, in some ways, it kind of signals, well, you know, they only understand the issues that directly affect them when you do that.
That's
Make
right.
that choice.
That's right.
And you see it not just in cabinet positions, but in companies, in broadcasting. The people of an Aboriginal background have a wide swath of experience and knowledge on a whole different range of issues.
Exactly.
And so why slot them only into one particular issue that fits other people's ideas of what they should be talking about?
Well, so this is very much, so to mainstream it, people need to be in jobs that allow them to show off those different skills and abilities.
So the expectation level rises. Those empty chairs you see at the front of the room on the left-hand side, those will be the chairs that are occupied by the new ministers who are about to be sworn in. The swearing-in process, I'll just give you a snapshot of what will happen. The Prime Minister and the Governor-General will be up at the front of the room. One of the leading public servants in the country, usually the Clerk of the Privy Council, will read out the names. They will each come up individually to the front of the room, and will be sworn in to office, and then they have to sign some papers at the side, and then the next new minister will be called up. So we'll go through that more than a couple of dozen times, obviously, and we'll see each reaction from each new minister and their families who are gathered in the room. That whole process will probably take most of the next hour. They're running a few minutes late, which is no surprise on days like this. But we go through that process, the kind of ceremonial process. These are the oaths that they will sign after being sworn in. Once that's completed, they move out of this room into a small reception area. They take the family portrait, as it's known. The big picture of the new cabinet will be taken in an adjoining room, and then it's outside for the new Prime Minister, who will speak to Canadians and reporters.
Good morning,
Let's listen in here.
ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to Rideau Hall, the home of the people of Canada. As the program is about to begin, I would like to inform you that our official photographer is with us today and will be taking photos, which will be shared with you later. Therefore, I would ask that you please refrain from taking photos during the ceremony. Thank you very much. I would also like to make sure that you have turned off your cell phones. Merci beaucoup. Bonjour et soyez les bienvenus à Rideau Hall, la maison du peuple du Canada. Avant de débuter la cérémonie, j'aimerais vous informer que notre photographe
I'd like to
officiel
inform
prendra
you
des
that
photos
the
de
official
l'événement et que ces
photographer will be
dernières
taking
seront
photographs of this
transmises dans les
event,
jours à venir.
and they will be
Je vous
provided in the
demanderai
coming
donc de ne
days.
pas prendre
I
de
would therefore
photos
ask you
durant
not to
l'événement.
take any
Et
photographs
j'aimerais
during
aussi
the
vous
event.
rappeler de bien
I would
vouloir
also like to remind you
éteindre
to
vos téléphones
please
cellulaires.
turn off your
Merci
cellular phones. Thank you.
The ceremony will now begin with the entrance of the Clerk of the Privy Council and Secretary to the Cabinet, Janice Charette, the Secretary to the Governor-General, Stephen Wallace, and the Assistant Clerk of the Privy Council, Yoritza Chapkun. La cérémonie débutera maintenant avec l'entrée et l'arrivée de la greffière du Conseil privé et secrétaire du cabinet, Janice Charette, du secrétaire du gouverneur général, Stephen Wallace, et du greffier adjoint du Conseil privé, Yoritza Chapkun.
Good morning. Bonjour. To begin today's swearing-in ceremony, I invite you to welcome the Ministers-designate, the Prime Minister-designate, Madame Sophie Grégoire Trudeau, their children, Xavier and Ella Grace, and their Excellencies and the Governor-General and Mrs. Sharon Johnston. The procession will be led by 12-year-old Thielen Kixnoe, a member of the Potawatomi Cree Nation. Pour débuter la cérémonie d'assermentation, veuillez s'il vous plaît vous lever pour accueillir les ministres désignés, le Premier ministre désigné, Madame Sophie Grégoire Trudeau et leurs enfants, Xavier et Ella Grace, et leurs Excellences le Gouverneur général et Madame Sharon Johnston. La procession sera menée par Thielen Kixnoe, un jeune homme de 12 ans, membre de la nation Cree Potawatomi. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting today on the traditional land of the Algonquin people. Je tiens d'abord à souligner que nous nous trouvons sur le territoire traditionnel de la nation algonquine, Miigwech. Ms. Janice Charette, Clerk of the Privy Council and Secretary to the Cabinet, will now seek the Governor-General's consent for the administration of the Oath of Allegiance, the Privy Councillor's Oath, and the Oath of Office to the Prime Minister-designate. Madame Janice Charette, greffière du Conseil privé et secrétaire du cabinet, demandera maintenant au Gouverneur général la permission de faire prêter le serment d'allégeance, le serment des conseillers privés et le serment d'office au Premier ministre désigné.
Your Excellency, the Prime Minister-designate has accepted your invitation to form a government and is ready to be sworn in. Excellence, le Premier ministre désigné a accepté votre invitation de former un gouvernement et est disposé à prêter serment. May we commence? Pouvons-nous commencer?
The Prime Minister-designate will please come forward to be sworn in. Le Premier ministre désigné est prié de s'avancer pour prêter serment. Monsieur Justin J.P. Trudeau. Mr. Justin J.P. Trudeau.
Moi, Justin P.J. Trudeau, je jure
I,
fidélité
Justin
et sincère
J.P. Trudeau, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. So help me God.
Moi, Justin P.J. Trudeau,
I, Justin J.P. Trudeau, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. So help me God.
I, Justin P.J. Trudeau, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. So help me God. I, Justin P.J. Trudeau, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty, so help me God. Moi, Justin P.J. Trudeau, je promets et
Justin
jure
P.J.
solennellement
Trudeau,
et sincèrement,
do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Prime Minister. So help me God.
I, Justin P.J. Trudeau, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Prime Minister. So help me God.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau takes the oath, shakes hands with the Governor-General. And they're standing inside and they're standing outside for Canada's new Prime Minister, the 23rd Prime Minister, 43 years old, the second youngest in our history. Joe Clark was the youngest. You see his wife there, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau.
The Prime Minister will now sign the oath books, followed by the Governor-General and the Clerk of the Privy Council and Secretary to the Cabinet, who will sign the oath books to formally witness the swearing-in of the Prime Minister. Le Premier ministre signera maintenant les registres de serment, suivi du Gouverneur général et de la greffière du Conseil privé et secrétaire du cabinet, qui signeront les registres
Now,
de
as Justin
serment.
Trudeau signs the oath declarations now, we got a minute here before the next ministers are brought in. Let me bring Rosie in quickly to give us the headlines of the list we're about to see now. So she still can't do that yet. She's not by the agreement with the officials that all media have to sign here today. can't quite do that yet. So we'll watch Governor General David Johnston sign those declarations, the oath that the new Prime Minister has taken. And once again, that is the Clerk of the Privy Council, the woman in the white top there, Janice Charette. Clerk of the Privy Council will sign as well. She would be the top bureaucrat in the country, the top public servant in the federal government, appointed by Stephen Harper some time ago. It'll be interesting to see whether that position is kept by Ms. Charette. It's often a personal relationship has to exist between a Prime Minister and the Clerk of the Privy Council in the sense that they have complete faith and trust in each other in those roles, and it's not unusual at a change of government for that position to change. It doesn't necessarily mean it will, but it does on occasion. Remember, we were talking about the possibility of more representation in terms of Aboriginal culture, the Inuit throat singers here, Samantha Metcalf and Kaylin de Grandpré.
The Prime Minister will now sign the Instrument of Advice nominating his ministry and will present it to the Governor-General for approval. Le Premier ministre signera maintenant l'instrument d'avis faisant étendre la nomination de son Conseil des ministres et le remettra au Gouverneur général pour son approbation.
So, as you heard, the Prime Minister will now sign the Instrument of Advice nominating his ministry, and will present that to the Governor-General. The Governor-General then signs it. And it's after those signatures are attached that the swearing in of the ministers begins. At that point, I think we'll be allowed to tell you who's getting what. In terms of the headlines of this, we'll watch it unfold over the next hour. It has its own excitement to it, but certainly some of the, as we stressed all along, some of the major portfolios are key here to how this new government will be defined. So the GG now will head over and attach his signature to those documents.
With the Governor-General's approval, we will now proceed with the swearing-in of the 29th.
All right, let's bring in Rosie as we get ready to start to see these ministers. Give us the quick highlights, Rosie.
I'll give you the highlights of some of the rookies who are now moving into big jobs. Bill Morneau becomes Minister of Finance. Jody Wilson-Raybould becomes Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Chrystia Freeland, Minister of International Trade. Harjit Singh Sajjan, Minister of National Defence. Let me bring in some others here. Ralph Goodale, Minister of Public Safety. Stéphane Dion will be Canada's next Minister of Foreign Affairs. John McCallum, Minister of Immigration and Citizenship. Carolyn Bennett will look after Aboriginal affairs under the Liberal government. Scott Bryson will be President of the Treasury Board. Dominic LeBlanc will be the steady hand that will be the leader of the government inside the House of Commons. Navdeep Bain, Minister in charge of Science. Let me give you one more before I go. Melanie Joly, Minister in charge of Heritage.
To Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Great work, Rosie. Let's listen again as Justin Trudeau
will carry out
another
my duties
here
to the best
in
of my
terms
skill and knowledge.
His
execute
ministers who
the
are about
powers
to
and
be
trusts
sworn.
reposed in me.
I, Justin P.J. Trudeau, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and Minister of Youth. So help me God.
The ministers designate will please come forward to be sworn in. Les ministres désignés sont priés de s'avancer pour prêter serment. The Honourable Ralph Goodale, Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. L'Honorable Ralph Goodale, Ministre de la Sécurité publique et de la Protection civile.
And if you're wondering about the order of the ministers, it goes in terms of their experience and history within the Privy Council of Canada. That's why Ralph Goodale is number one.
That I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, so help me God. Moi, Ralph Goodale, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement que mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de la Sécurité publique et de la Protection civile. Ainsi Dieu me soit en aide.
So Ralph Goodale becomes the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. He's going to have to worry about a number of things, including Bill C-51, how it may change in the time ahead under the new government. Goodale's been an MP since 1993. He had a number of portfolios in the past, including agriculture for Jean Chrétien.
Actually elected in '74 for the first time, sat in the Pierre Trudeau's cabinet, not in his cabinet, but in his caucus.
And then was out at times during the 80s back in '93. Carolyn Bennett, doctor from Toronto.
I, Carolyn Bennett, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Moi, Carolyn Bennett, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et ma connaissance.
So Carolyn Bennett is back in a Liberal cabinet, Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs. And David, you were hinting at earlier that this was the portfolio for her, given her work in these past few years in opposition.
Yeah, I mean, she's from downtown Toronto, but she really stepped up on this and built really tremendous relationships with First Nations groups across the country, and I think has a deep feeling for the issues. And if you look at her and Jody Wilson-Raybould at Justice, I don't think there's much doubt that this government's going to take those missing Aboriginal women very seriously.
And we may hear an announcement on that quite soon in terms of the potential for an inquiry. So Carolyn Bennett now puts her signature, and you saw that she was holding feathers, which one assumes she has collected or been given over the years through her work with various different indigenous groups.
A very compassionate woman, really wears her heart on her sleeve.
The Honourable Lawrence Macaulay, Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. L'Honorable Lawrence Macaulay, Ministre de l'Agriculture et de l'Agroalimentaire.
Once again, going for experience here, past history.
This is actually one area where the Prime Minister didn't have a lot of obvious options for the Agriculture Ministers. The Liberal sweep, impressive as it was, didn't really take rural Canada by storm, and so the number of people that were obvious agriculture candidates was pretty slim, but Lawrence Macaulay has a strong history.
Ms. Jody Wilson-Raybould, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Madame Jody Wilson-Raybould, Ministre de la Justice et Procureur Général du Canada.
So this is interesting because they're obviously not going, Goodale being the exception in any order of past experience and precedence. Watch this.
I, Jody Wilson-Raybould, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. I, Jody Wilson-Raybould, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally in all things I shall do this as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. I, Jody Wilson-Raybould, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada.
Minister of Justice, Attorney General of Canada, Jody Wilson-Raybould, Regional Chief, BC Assembly of First Nations, former Provincial Crown Prosecutor. This is a senior portfolio. You don't get to be Minister of Justice unless you're in the inner circle.
Historically in this country was considered a launching pad to be the Prime Minister.
In the first hour of a new government, you really want to say that?
I'm just reinforcing your point about the seniority of that position.
Right. They seem to be going male, female through this procedure, which will be underlining the gender parity issue. They're seated in that manner.
Ministre des Affaires étrangères. The Honourable Stéphane Dion, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Stéphane Dion, of course, one of the former leaders of the Liberal Party, now Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Je promets et
I,
déclare
Stéphane
solennellement
Dion,
et
do
sincèrement,
solemnly and sincerely
au lieu de ma
promise
compétence
and
et de ma
swear
connaissance,
that I will truly and
j'exécuterai
faithfully, and to the
loyalement
best
et
of my skill and
fidèlement
knowledge,
les pouvoirs
execute the
et je
powers and
m'acquitterai
trusts
des responsabilités
reposed
qui
in
m'ont été
me
confiées en qualité
as
de ministre des
Minister
Affaires
of Foreign
étrangères.
Affairs.
I, Stéphane Dion, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, that's a great comeback for him politically.
Yeah, it's tough when you lose the leadership, which he did, and lost an election.
But like Joe Clark, he put his ego aside and put his shoulder to the wheel for the party for the last number of years. And I mean, this is hugely significant. One of the big things this government wants to do is change Canada's image in the world on a variety of different issues, and this is obviously the face that...
They need a new pen. They're out of ink already. It's interesting you made the Clark comparison, because it was foreign affairs that Joe Clark went to for Brian Mulroney when the Conservatives won back power in 1984.
Ms. Judy M. Foote, Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Madame Judy M. Foote, Ministre des Services Publics et de l'Approvisionnement.
Judy Foote from Newfoundland. As you know, the Liberals won all 32 Atlantic Canada seats, all 7 in Newfoundland.
I, Judy M. Foote, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors, so help me God. I, Judy M. Foote, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty, so help me God. I, Judy M. Foote, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Public Services and Procurement, so help me God.
Judy Foote, the new Minister of Public Services and Procurement. And Newfoundland's representative in the federal cabinet.
The Honourable John McCallum, Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. L'Honorable John McCallum, Ministre de l'Immigration, des Réfugiés et de la Citoyenneté.
And John McCallum is a familiar face in past Liberal cabinets of both Paul Martin and Jean Chrétien, the former chief economist at RBC.
I, John McCallum, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. So help me God.
I, John McCallum, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. So help me God.
Thank you very much. John McCallum now takes on the the difficult issue of the refugee situation as Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. So the whole Syria story will play out on his watch. Just want to bring Rosie in quickly here as her thoughts on what we've witnessed so far.
Well, first of all, John McCallum, frankly, it surprises me a little bit that he got into cabinet because it was so competitive to get in from the area where he's elected, which is the GTA. But he does have a lot of experience, and as we know, the Liberals have promised to bring in 25,000 Syrian refugees by the end of December, which at this stage is just more than 50 days.
Minister of International Trade, Madame Chrystia Freeland, Ministre du Commerce International.
And Chrystia Freeland, who won election first in a by-election a couple of years ago in Toronto, and has been seen as a rising star within this party.
Do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. So help me God. I, Chrystia Freeland, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. So help me God. Moi, Chrystia
Freeland, former financial journalist, deputy editor of the Globe and Mail at one time, a Rhodes Scholar, attended Oxford and Harvard. She has a background in both kind of foreign affairs and the economy, and so she gets a mix of those two as the minister responsible for international trade.
If I could mention two, I think, important things about her, one of which is she's perhaps best known for having written a book called Plutocrats, which is about exactly the growing income inequality and the stresses on the middle class that were the intellectual foundation of this campaign. So she's been a very influential thinker on Mr. Trudeau. And the second thing is, in what ultimately became a large number of star candidates, she was the first big name to commit herself to the Trudeau effort and come out of private life and join the effort back when this whole enterprise was far from certain.
Et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté, ainsi que me soit en aide. I, Chrystia Freeland, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of International Trade. So help me God. Moi, Chrystia Freeland.
So let me once again bring Rosie back in as we watch the new Minister of International Trade, Chrystia Freeland, finish off her oaths, and she will be signing the oaths in just a moment. But Rosie?
Well, so obviously the first challenge for Chrystia Freeland is to start looking at the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP, that Stephen Harper signed towards the dying days of the election campaign. And the Liberals took sort of this slightly mushy position on the deal, saying that they were in favor of free trade, but they wanted to see more of it. And I guess they're going to have to look at some of those details to see where it goes from here. I would also point out that Freeland, as well as being close to Trudeau, is one of the people that pushed the Liberal Party in the direction of trying to tax the wealthiest of Canadians and give back the tax breaks to the middle class. That's very much her economic ideology, and it's one that she pushed the party towards.
And as David mentioned, was the kind of the thesis of her book, Plutocracy, when it came out just a few years ago, to international acclaim.
Also, the point person for the Liberal Party on the Ukraine file. She's a Ukrainian descent from Alberta.
So the mix of both the economy and the foreign story. A familiar face once again, Scott Bryson, who becomes the president of the Treasury Board. This is a key portfolio. You often don't hear a lot about the minister on this, but they're critical in terms of a lot of decision making. Let's listen to this.
That I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as President of the Treasury Board. Moi, Scott Bryson, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de président du Conseil du Trésor.
And the roots for Scott Bryson's political life were in the Conservative Party, the Progressive Conservative Party to be exact. Bolted to the Liberals after the division between the old PCs and the Conservatives was evident. He was not interested in being a member of the Conservative Party as such, and he left, joined the Liberals, and now attains cabinet status once again.
And he's obviously a progressive guy in a lot of respects, but for people who are concerned about spending, they should know that Mr. Trudeau has put a true fiscal conservative in as president of the Treasury Board. Mr. Bryson is a very strong person about the finances of the country.
Canadians say in survey after survey that the issue that concerns them most is the future of the healthcare system. Well, Jane Philpott will now be responsible for that in her role as Minister of Health.
I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. So help me God. I, Jane Philpott, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. So help me God. I, Jane Philpott, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Health. So help me God. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, again, it's a real vote of confidence for somebody new to get a portfolio that important. There are obviously significant healthcare items on the public agenda, including modernizing our system with regard to both drugs and home care. She's a person that, from the time that she declared and people started to get to know her, identified her as an obvious potential cabinet pick.
L'honorable Dominique Leblanc, leader du gouvernement à la Chambre des communes. The Honorable Dominique Leblanc, leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Dominique Leblanc, the son of a former Governor General, a friend since childhood of Justin Trudeau's. The new government House leader.
Je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de leader du gouvernement à la Chambre des communes. Ainsi, Dieu me soit amen. I, Dominique Leblanc, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as leader of the government in the House of Commons. So help me God.
Dominique Leblanc will manage the government's operations within the House of Commons, but also manage the relationship with the other parties in many ways. Two friends since childhood. Rosie, on Dominique Leblanc?
Well, he's a real political animal. I don't think I'm understating that at all. And that's exactly the kind of person you want in this job to lead through this Liberal government's aggressive legislative agenda. He's going to have to do that. He's going to have to deal with the other parties, and he's got that legislative and parliamentary experience. And being as close as he is to Justin Trudeau, it's important to have a trusted figure in that position. So it's a good fit and makes sense for Mr. Legault.
Ministre du Développement International et de la Francophonie.
Charming and gregarious figure.
Yeah.
Hard not to get along with him.
And he's, well liked by members on all sides of the House because of that. This is Marie-Claude Bibeau, the Minister of International Development and the Francophone.
Moi, Marie-Claude Bibeau,
I,
je jure fidélité et sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté la Reine Élisabeth II, Reine du Canada, à ses héritiers et successeurs. Ainsi Dieu me soit en aide.
So help me God.
Moi, Marie-Claude Bibeau, je jure solennellement et sincèrement que j'agirai en fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté la Reine Élisabeth II en ma qualité de membre du Conseil privé de Sa Majesté pour le Canada. J'exprimerai
I will,
fidèlement,
in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly, declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be treated secretly of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. So help me God.
Moi, Marie-Claude
Bibeau, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of International Development and la Francophonie. So help me God.
New face to the Liberal caucus, the Liberal cabinet, new face to politics, really, Marie-Claude Bibeau. Won the riding of Compton-Stanstead. Her husband's the mayor of Sherbrooke, Bernard Sévigny. Her first foray, as we said, into politics.
This is one of the gifts of the last week or two of the campaign. There's a few of these in the cabinet. This is a riding that the Liberals were unlikely to win until the very end of the campaign.
The Honourable Navdeep Singh Bains, Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. L'Honorable Navdeep Singh Bains, Ministre de l'Innovation, des Sciences et du Développement économique.
Do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Moi, Navdeep Singh Bains, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de l'Innovation, des Sciences et du Développement économique. Thank you.
As they say in politics, this man is a player. Navdeep Bains, now the Minister of Innovation, Science, Economic Development. Longtime supporter of Justin Trudeau, has been there since the beginning in terms of the leadership bid.
Ground zero and played a leadership role in the campaigns, both in the leadership and in the election campaign, and helping to recruit candidates. Professor at Ryerson in his spare time.
Not anymore.
No, not anymore. Not anymore.
Madame Mélanie Joly, Ministre du Patrimoine canadien. Ms. Melanie Joly, Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mélanie Joly, je
I,
déclare
Mélanie
fidélité et
Joly,
sincère
do swear
allégeance
that
à
I
Sa
will be
Majesté la
faithful
Reine
and bear
Élisabeth
true
II,
allegiance to Her
Reine du
Majesty
Canada,
Queen Elizabeth
et à
II,
ses
Queen of
héritiers
Canada,
et successeurs.
her heirs and successors.
Moi, Mélanie Joly,
I, Mélanie
je déclare
Joly,
solennellement
do
et
solemnly and
sincèrement
sincerely
que j'agirai
swear
en fidèle et
that I
loyal
shall be a
serviteur de Sa
true and
Majesté
faithful
la Reine
servant to Her
Élisabeth
Majesty
II,
Queen
en ma
Elizabeth
qualité de
II,
membre du Conseil
as a
privé
member
de
of
Sa
Her
Majesté
Majesty's
pour le
Privy
Canada.
Council for Canada.
J'exprimerai
I will in all
fidèlement,
things to be treated,
et en toute
debated,
vérité,
and
mon
resolved in
sentiment
Privy
et mon
Council,
opinion sur toute
faithfully,
chose traitée,
honestly, and
débattue
truly
et
declare
résolue
my
en
mind
Conseil.
and my
Je tiendrai
opinion.
secret tout
I
ce
shall
qui me
keep
sera
secret
confié
all
ou
matters
révélé en
committed and
cette
revealed to me in this
ou tout ce
capacity,
dont il sera
or
traité
that shall be
secrètement
treated secretly
en
of in
Conseil.
council.
J'agirai en toutes
Generally, in all
circonstances comme
things,
il en convient
I shall
à un
do
fidèle
as a
et
faithful
loyal
and true
serviteur
servant
de Sa
ought to
Majesté.
do for Her Majesty.
I, Mélanie Joly, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. I, Mélanie Joly, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. Moi, Mélanie Joly, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de mes compétences et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre du patrimoine
as
canadien.
Minister of Canadian Heritage.
I, Mélanie Joly, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you. Yes.
Mélanie Joly, another new face for Parliament Hill. Not new for Montreal, ran for mayor, finished second. Finished first here in her riding in Quebec for the Liberal Party and is now in cabinet as the Minister of Heritage and Culture.
She was also early on the Trudeau leadership. Before she went off to run for mayor of Montreal, she was a key Quebec advisor to Mr. Trudeau when he first launched his leadership.
Mr. William Francis Morneau, Minister of Finance. Monsieur William Francis Morneau, Ministre des Finances.
All right, this isn't a total surprise. Bill Morneau from Toronto had been rumored to be a potential finance minister, but still brand new to politics. Goes right into one of the key, if not the top, cabinet portfolio, aside from the Prime Minister.
Allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. So help me God. I, William Francis Morneau, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. So help me God. Moi, William Francis Morneau, je jure fidélité et sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté la Reine Elizabeth II, Reine du Canada, à ses héritiers et successeurs. Ainsi Dieu me soit en aide. Moi, William Francis Morneau, je jure solennellement et sincèrement que j'agirai en fidèle et loyal serviteur de Sa Majesté la Reine Elizabeth II en ma qualité de membre du Conseil privé de Sa Majesté pour le Canada. J'exprimerai fidèlement, honnêtement et en toute vérité mon sentiment et mon opinion sur toutes choses traitées, débattues et résolues en Conseil. Je tiendrai secret tout ce qui me serait confié ou révélé en cette qualité, ou tout ce dont il serait traité secrètement en Conseil. J'agirai en toutes circonstances comme il convient à une fidèle et loyale serviteur de Sa Majesté. Ainsi Dieu me soit en aide. I, William Francis Morneau, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Finance. So help me God. Moi, William Francis Morneau, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre des Finances. Ainsi Dieu me soit en aide. Thank you very much.
Well, a lot of people may have coveted that role as finance minister, given its clout and political importance. I went to Christopher Freeland, McCallum, Bryson. But it is Bill Morneau who got it, and perhaps for these reasons. He ran a human resources firm, Morneau-Chappelle. He was a pension expert for the Ontario provincial government, and among all the things, the many things that a finance minister is going to have to worry about, it's the future of the pension system, the Canada Pension Plan.
Right, and this government has committed to make progress on expanding the Canada Pension Plan, and his work with Kathleen Wynne in that regard is, I think, going to give him a step forward. He's everybody calls him Bill. He goes back with Jerry Butts a long way in various philanthropic enterprises in Toronto. I think that was his initial connection.
Jerry Butts is sort of the guru behind the various aspects of the campaign.
Well, and the Prime Minister's principal secretary now, we understand.
Right. Minister of National Revenue.
Diane Duboutillier, the Minister of National Revenue.
I, Diane Leboutillier, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. So help me God. I, Diane Leboutillier, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. So help me God. I, Diane Leboutillier, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as the Minister of National Revenue. So help me God.
Rosie, come on back into the conversation here. Rosie's just outside Rideau Hall.
Well, I won't expound too much on Diane Leboutillier, who I don't know. She's a new figure. But let me go back to Bill Morneau, if I can, the new finance minister, because his job, the job in front of him, is a massive one. He is going to take Canada back into deficit, $10 billion, and he is going to have to, if he stays in this position, work to getting it out and find some sort of growth for this country, because that was the theme for the Liberals throughout the election, that 1% growth was simply not enough. And Bill Morneau, while he knows the economy and finance, doesn't know politics very well. So there is some risk involved in putting him in that position as you give him all the challenges of that position at the same time.
Yeah, good point. And $10 billion a year for the next 3 years in terms of going into a deficit on the various programs they want. Jean-Yves Duclos now being sworn in, Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I, Jean-Yves Duclos,
do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. I, Jean-Yves Duclos, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty.
I, Jean-Yves Duclos, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. I, Jean-Yves Duclos, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that I shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. Moi, Jean-Yves Duclos,
I, Jean-Yves Duclos, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the
highly
powers
respected and valued by the Trudeau team. He was put forward in Quebec as the primary spokesperson for the Liberal Economic Platform throughout the campaign, and captured narrowly and perhaps surprisingly a seat in the Quebec City region for the Liberals, which has been barren territory really since 1984.
And to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Families, Children, and Social Development.
Both he and Madame Le Boutillier, who came before, show the reach of the Liberal win in Quebec outside of the traditional downtown Montreal core into places that it had not been. Ms. Le Boutillier, I think, was the answer to the question many people had when the Atlantic results were coming in, which is, are there 33 ridings in Atlantic Canada? No, there's that one Quebec riding that comes in early.
Same time zone.
It's in the same time zone.
Right. Maybe just an hour ahead of the wave that hit.
Well, it's a little bit of an advance notice. That's they're riding the NDP one in the last election to signal that they were going to storm Quebec.
Ms. Catherine McKenna, Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
All right, this is one of those key appointments. You know, as you go through this list, there are major portfolios and there are not quite so major. This is a major portfolio. If you think climate change is an issue, and this government does, the environment is a critical portfolio. Catherine McKenna, Ottawa, lawyer, first-time MP.
McKenna, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. I, Catherine McKenna, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty.
All right, so yet another woman going into a key portfolio here in the new Justin Trudeau cabinet. If you're just joining us, you're watching the swearing-in ceremony for Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister number 23 in Canada's history. Catherine McKenna, the new Minister of the Environment. Rosie, you followed the McKenna story over time.
Well, she is, obviously she took down Paul Dewar, NDP MP for Ottawa Centre, which was a huge accomplishment, very much a surprise both to her and to Paul Dewar, and got a lot of accolades for the way she ran that campaign, which was really out on the doorsteps, knocking doors. What's interesting about the job that she has to do here is not only that the COP21 meetings in Paris start in a matter of weeks, but the Liberal approach to climate change has been to try and get the provinces to collaborate with them. So not top down, but rather listen to the provinces and then meet again 90 days after that meeting to come up with what would be some reasonable targets, not dictated by the federal government. It's a completely different approach than the Conservative approach, and it opens itself up to all sorts of problems, obviously, because you have to get the provinces to get on board. However, she will have Justin Trudeau with her at her side when she goes to that meeting in Paris in a number of weeks.
And if you, just in case you're wondering, if you see some ministers read just one oath and others read a lot more than one, it's the new ministers who have to take a variety of different oaths to swear to today. David, you wanted to comment on Catherine McKenna?
Well, just that there's one machinery of government change here that will be of real interest to the environmental community and people who care about climate change, which is this title has always been Minister of the Environment, and the title is now Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. And that makes it clear where carriage of this file is in the government. In previous governments, it's either been in fact or de facto with Natural Resources Canada to be in charge of climate change policy. This government is stating explicitly climate change policy rests with the Minister of the Environment.
And big conference coming up, as we mentioned, in Paris in just a few weeks' time. That Catherine McKenna will obviously be one of the Canadian team at that conference on climate change. The Prime Minister has said he too will be going to that conference in Paris.
I don't know if there's a policy area other than climate change where there's more anticipation of change in the government's position.
Marc Garneau, former astronaut. Moi, Marc Garneau, je jure fidélité et sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté la Reine Elisabeth
to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. So help me God. I, Marc Garneau, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. So help me God.
I, Marc Garneau,
do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Transport.
Well known to many Canadians. In space 4 times. Ran for the leadership of the Liberal Party, lost to Justin and Trudeau. Perhaps may have wished for more than the ministry he's received today, the Minister of Transport, having been the foreign affairs critic for the last few years. But he is in cabinet and will be a player within that group that leads the new Trudeau government.
Yeah, although he's been an astronaut, this will bring him down to earth a little bit. Most of this pertains to trains and rail service in the country and a lot of trips to Western Canada, I would think.
Ms. Marianne Mahaichuk, Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour, Madame Marianne Mahaichuk, ministre de l'Emploi, du Développement de la Main-d'œuvre et du Travail.
Marianne Mahaichuk, Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
I, Marianne Mahaichuk, do declare I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. I, Marianne Mahaichuk, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. I, Marianne Mahaichuk, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts repose in me as Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour. Tiakio.
All right, Marianne Mahaichuk from Manitoba, previously Manitoba MLA. She sat with the NDP. She's a geologist. And she now becomes the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour. I want to quickly bring in Amanda Alvaro from Toronto, who's been watching with us. We talked earlier, Amanda, about what clout women would have in this cabinet beyond the issue of gender parity, and it seems they didn't get finance, but they seem to have got a lot of key portfolios.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about tokenism. There is no tokenism here. Health, justice, international trade, the environment, some of these portfolios being ones that will have a ton of spotlight right from the get-go, with everything from the Paris Summit right through the inquiry to missing and murdered Indigenous women and, of course, TPP.
Okay, Amanda watching carefully here from Toronto for us, and we will bring her back into the coverage as we go on through the day. James Gordon Carr here, the Minister of Natural Resources.
Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors, so help me God. I, James Gordon Carr, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, where that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty, so help me God. I, James Gordon Carr, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts repose in me as Minister of Natural Resources, so help me God. Thank you.
Two ministers from Manitoba out of a wealth of talent there, two of them back to back. As Natural Resources Minister, I would imagine that he'll be spending a lot of time with Catherine McKenna as they try to sort out the Liberal commitment to both make real progress on climate change and also continue to develop our resources, especially in Alberta and Saskatchewan.
Still got about a half a dozen or so, a little more than that actually, ministers to be sworn in.
Madame Myriam Monsef, Ministre des Institutions Démocratiques.
All right, this one is a great story. Myriam Monsef from Peterborough. She won election there. She's 30 years old. She's an Afghan refugee, came to Canada in the 1990s with her family, her mother.
I, Myriam Monsef, do declare that I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. I, Miriam Monsef, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. As a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada, I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to, for Her Majesty. I, Miriam Monsef, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skills and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Democratic Institutions. Thank you very much.
And if you look at the emotion behind that moment, let me explain to you why. She and her two sisters had lost their father in Afghanistan during the time of the Taliban in the 90s. They fled with their mother, became refugees. Canada accepted them in. She went to school here. She grew up in this country. She became Canadian. She ran municipally in Peterborough, lost, learned her lessons, ran federally, and won that riding, and today she's in cabinet. I spent an hour or so with her just 2 days ago, and you couldn't get a hint at all that this was about to happen for her. It's a great story. She's my guest this weekend on One-on-One. You'll love to watch her.
She also is responsible now for changing Canada's electoral system. As Trudeau has promised, this will be the last election under first past the post. So
not a small task.
Not a small task. And she replaces in Parliament Dean Del Mastro. So as Mr. Trudeau might say, that's real change.
Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors, so help me God. I, Kent Hare, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty, so help me God. I, Kent Hare, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defense. So help me God. Thank you.
And this is another fabulous story. Kent Hare, first ever Liberal to win in Calgary Centre. Former Alberta MLA from 2008 to this year, 2015. Rosie, you know more about the Kent Hare story. Great story.
Well, he was almost 22 when he was in a friend's car and he was hit by a drive-by shooter, and that's why he happens to be in a wheelchair. I ran into him on Spark Street last night as I was looking on the hunt for coffee, and he couldn't have been more thrilled to be in Ottawa. I had a suspicion he was going to end up in cabinet in part because of where he got elected, and to have him in charge of Veterans Affairs, I think is extremely significant and symbolic as the Liberal government tries to correct a lot of course and a lot of damage that was done in terms of the relationship between the Conservatives and veterans. Some of that had been repaired under the former Veterans Affairs Minister Erin O'Toole, but this will mark a real change, and they're hoping that Kent Hare can bring that to them.
The Honourable Kent Hare. now Canada's Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
One of two people elected in Calgary that helps make this a truly national government.
Ms. Carla Qualtrough, Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities. Madame Carla Qualtrough, Ministre des Sports et des Personnes handicapées.
Carla Qualtrough, Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
I, Carla Qualtrough, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. I, Carla Qualtrough, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. I, Carla Qualtrough, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
Now, for Carla Qualtrough, she read those oaths like all the other ministers, but she's actually visually impaired, legally blind. 2 bronze medals, swimming, Paralympics. She's a human rights lawyer. She's now the Minister of Sport and Minister for Persons with Disabilities.
I think of another great British Columbia woman whose first job in the cabinet was Minister of Sport, and that's Iona Campanola.
Mr. Harjit Singh Sajan, Minister of National Defence. Monsieur Harjit.
You're getting big roars from the crowd, especially on ones that seem a surprise, and this one seems a surprise.
True allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. I, Harjit Singh Sajan, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. I, Harjit Singh Sajan, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of National Defence.
Thank you. Well, it may seem a surprise to some, but it shouldn't be when you look at the background. Harjit Singh Sajan, retired Lieutenant Colonel in the Canadian Armed Forces, highest-ranking Sikh ever in the Armed Forces, detective in the Vancouver Police Department for 11 years, Canada's new Minister of Defence. Rosie.
And a lot of challenges ahead for the new Minister of Defence, too. The first thing that will be on the agenda for him is to pull the CF-18s out of Iraq and Syria. It's something that the Liberal government committed to. It can happen fairly quickly. But they also said that they wanted to look at ways to potentially increase trainers on the ground. So that's going to be a really difficult job for him to decide how that works. And they're going to have to replace the F-35, the CF-18s. and they've left the F-35s off the table. So a huge procurement job lies ahead as well for the new minister. Lots of challenges for him.
Ms. Kirsty Duncan, Minister of Science. Madame Kirsty Duncan, Ministre des Sciences.
I, Kirsty Duncan, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. So help me God. I, Kirsty Duncan, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. So help me God. I, Kirsty Duncan, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Science. So help me God.
Kirsty Duncan goes into Cabinet as Minister of Science. She's been an MP since 2008. PhD in Geography from the University of Edinburgh and an Associate Professor at the University of Toronto. She's been involved in committee work on everything from health, veterans affairs, environment, sustainable development.
Yeah, she's not been a member that had a big profile outside of Ottawa, but quietly, hugely impressive inside the caucus.
Just 3 more new ministers to go here. Sorry, 4 more.
Mr. Amarjeet Sohi, Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. Monsieur Amarjeet Sohi, Ministre de l'Infrastructure et des Collectivités.
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities, Amarjeet Sohi. This is also an important portfolio. Heard the promises of infrastructure.
I do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. I, Amarjeet Sohi, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council of Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in this council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. I, Amarjeet Sohi, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. Thank you so much.
Well, everyone has to start somewhere, and Amarjeet Sohi started, or at least was a bus driver before he first entered politics. with the Edmonton City Council. He was a councillor in Edmonton. Now he's your Minister of Infrastructure. Rosie.
Also, one of these new cabinet ministers that has one of the most fascinating backstories, not only because of what you just said, but during the 80s, he actually went back to India and was wrongfully imprisoned for a period of almost 2 years on terrorism charges. He was eventually released due to the help of a former Conservative MP, David Kilgore. And he, during the election campaign, spoke out a little bit about the need for greater oversight under C-51 to avoid exactly what happened to him. So another pretty incredible story, personal story.
Some great personal stories here today unfolding in front of us as we watch the new cabinet sworn in.
Notable that they would pick a municipal councillor for infrastructure because cooperation with the municipalities is so critical to getting that done, where the money really comes from the federal and provincial levels, but the decision making has to happen at the municipal level.
Patricia Haidu from Thunder Bay, social worker, helped author the Thunder Bay Drug Strategy, now the Minister of Status of Women.
Bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. I, Patricia A. Haidu, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. I, Patricia A. Haidu, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Status of Women. Thank you. Thank you.
Status of Women, Minister.
In addition to that portfolio, I know that the Kathleen Wynne government will be looking at her closely as she represents Thunder Bay to see if she can bring the federal government to the table as a real partner in the development of the Ring of Fire in Northern Ontario, the massive mineral deposit up there that the provincial government sees as key to its economic prospects.
Mr. Hunter Tutu, Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard. Monsieur Hunter Tutu, Ministre des Pêches, des Océans et de la Garde côtière canadienne.
Well, the Tutu name rings out again on the Canadian stage, now in politics. Federal politics.
I, Hunter Tutu, do declare I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. Uvunga, I, Hunter Tutu, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. I, Hunter Tutu, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skills and knowledge execute the powers and trust reposed in me as a Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and our Canadian Coast Guard. Thank you.
Hunter Tutu now in Cabinet as the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard. Hunter Tutu from Nunavut defeated Leona Aglukkaq, the former Environment Minister for that riding. Been in Nunavut politics for 14 years, was the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly there until just 2 years ago.
I think this is the first time that this cabinet post has ever been conceptualized as a northern post. Usually East Coast, sometimes West Coast, but a northerner as responsible for oceans is a really interesting idea.
And it's almost a wonder that hasn't been thought of before.
Really is.
When you consider the importance of oceans in Canada's north and in the Arctic, and the importance of the Canadian Coast Guard, which Hunter Tutu will also be responsible for. So much of the Coast Guard
Is Bardish Chagger, Minister of Small Business and Tourism,
that they can get into the Arctic, in Arctic waters. Bardish Chagger, Minister of Small Business and Tourism, and I believe this will complete the circle here of the 30 ministers to go along with the Prime Minister in this new cabinet.
I, Bardish Chagger, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. I, Bardish Chagger, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty. I, Bardish Chagger, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Small Business and Tourism. Thank you.
Well, the guessing games that have taken place on Parliament Hill for the last few days have circulated around a fair number of names, many of whom were on this list, some of whom didn't make it were also on the rumored list. This name was not on any list that I'm aware of, Bardish Chagger. And so it's a bit of a surprise. But Rosie, you've been working on this for the last few minutes. What can you tell us about our new Minister of Small Business and Tourism?
Yeah, she was not on my list, most certainly. But now that you look over who she is and where she's from, it makes sense. First of all, she represents very much this generational change that Mr. Trudeau himself embodies. She's under 40. She was viewed as one of the top 40 of 40 in that community. And perhaps more importantly, she was campaign chair for Justin Trudeau's bid to become leader for Southwest Ontario. So lots of roots in the Liberal Party, has been active in the Liberal Party since she was a teenager.
Well, what happens now? We've sworn in the new ministers have all been sworn in here at Government House, Rideau Hall. The Prime Minister, the Governor General will all now take position for a few more signing moments at the signing table there in Government House to make all this official. And then there will be the playing and the singing of the national anthem. And it'll be interesting to see that happen not only inside that room, the ballroom at Rideau Hall, but also outside, where there are still, a significant number of people who've waited through this past 90 minutes because they know the ministers and the Prime Minister will all be coming back outside. It won't be for another half hour or so, at least, because they have to take that, what we call the family portrait, the big picture of the new cabinet. Janice Charette, the clerk of the Privy Council, signing there, as well as the Governor General and the Prime Minister.
The Governor General will now entrust the Great Seal of Canada to the custody of the Registrar General of Canada. Le gouverneur général confiera maintenant le Grand Sceau du Canada à la garde du Registraire général du Canada. Will the Registrar General please come forward? Je prierai maintenant le Registraire général de bien vouloir s'avancer.
And the Great Seal of Canada is present at all the major official ceremonies and functions that take place. And have the bands accepting the Great Seal of Canada to be kept in the custody of his new department.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise and join the members of the Crosstown Youth Chorus and Dr. Garth Hampson in the singing of the national anthem. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever et vous joindre aux membres du Crosstown Youth Chorus et au Dr. Garth Hampson pour chanter l'hymne national. To conclude this ceremony, I invite the members of Prairie Fire, a Métis family dance group, to lead the closing procession. Please remain in your seats for the departure of Their Excellencies, the Prime Minister, his family, and the members of the 29th Canadian Ministry. Thank you to you all for being part of this very special ceremony. Pour conclure la cérémonie, j'invite les membres du groupe familial de danse Métis Prairie Fire à diriger la procession de clôture. Veuillez demeurer à vos places pour le départ de leurs excellences, du Premier ministre et de sa famille et des membres du 29e Conseil des ministres. Merci de votre participation à cette cérémonie toute spéciale.
And so we have seen Inuit throat singers, we've seen a First Nations drum dance, and now the Métis Jiggers. Riley Hunter and Jacob McKenzie will escort the Governor General and the Prime Minister from the ceremonial ballroom. Prime Minister Trudeau and his cabinet now leaving the ballroom at Government House as they head off now to have, as we've said, this family portrait where they're all captured together, as happens in all the past swearing-ins of new governments. Chrystia Freeland and her son, the ministers with their families now, seeing them. There's Scott Bryson. So new faces that in many cases you're going to have to get used to. Mélanie Joly from Montreal, Minister of Heritage.
No more now. Get used to that face.
Yeah. New Minister of Finance. There's Marc Garneau, of course. So they clap their way out of the ballroom. They're going to go for their picture. There's a small and short reception. And then the Prime Minister will come outside Government House to speak with reporters and to the nation. I think they'll have a short statement. Then we'll be taking questions as well, a few questions from the media. His ministers will come out. And then they all head back to Parliament Hill to have their first cabinet meeting. So the ceremonies are over. The business begins later this afternoon at a cabinet meeting on Parliament Hill. Many of them getting their offices for the first time. I know Prime Minister Trudeau was in his office for the first time this morning. He'd had a quick tour of it last week, but his first day in his office was today, and he'll be in there later today, just down the hall from the cabinet room. So we've got a bit of soft shoe dancing to do here for the next little while as we await the arrival of the Prime Minister outside. We will get a chance to see the pool cameras, the cameras that are accessible to all networks who are covering this story today. We will get a chance to see them taking that portrait, the new cabinet portrait. That in a few minutes. That could be 10 or 15 minutes away before we get to that. So we've got some talking to do about what we've witnessed here over this last couple of hours, because it's been a significant moment, a historic moment on a lot of different fronts as we watch the first day of this new government unfold. Let me start with Terry Molesky, as we haven't had a chance to hear from him in the last couple of hours. And Terry will no doubt have his thoughts on what we've witnessed here, who's in, and to some what will be important, who's out. In other words, who didn't make that cut, because there are surprises on that front as well.
A very good point. Let me start there. General Andrew Leslie, remember that name? He's been running hard to win his seat in Ottawa for at least 2 years now. Former Army commander in Afghanistan. Everyone said, oh, General Leslie is a shoo-in for defense minister. Did not make the cut. There will be questions about that. How come? Instead, Harjit Sajjan, 3 terms in Afghanistan, ex-lieutenant colonel, first Sikh to command a regiment in the Canadian forces, and an ex-cop up from a beat cop on the streets of Vancouver. Instead, Harjit Sajjan will be the defense minister. Also want to mention, we've touched on some of these stories, but there are going to be a number of stories that will be interesting to read about the life histories, some of them quite dramatic, of some of these new members of the cabinet. Amajit Soji, you just mentioned, Rosmi mentioned again that he had been wrongfully arrested, thrown in jail in India for a while in the late 80s, 1988, I believe. Quite a dramatic story, too. Mariam Monsef, the Afghan refugee who landed in Canada fatherless at the age of 11, took a taxi from Montreal Airport all the way to Peterborough, which he now represents in Parliament and indeed in the cabinet. Kent Hare, of course, who you saw swearing in, quite a dramatic story. At the age of 21, hit in the neck and paralyzed from the waist down. Never mind, he carried on. He got a law degree, got himself elected provincially, then federally. Now he's in the cabinet. A couple of other things I'll mention. The comeback of Stéphane Dion. Dion, of course, ridiculed and vilified by the Conservatives when he won the Liberal Party leadership in 2006. Went down down to an ignominious defeat and was replaced as leader. Now he is back with a vengeance as Canada's foreign minister, clearly trusted by Justin Trudeau. Remember that Dion was not only the man who gave Canada the Clarity Act, but also is a genuine expert on the environment and on climate change. And of course, he's going to be a strong hand on that file, which is coming out very quickly with the Paris Climate Summit at the end of the month, because he will, remember, as foreign minister, get meetings with people that Catherine McKenna, as capable as she is as the new environment minister, just won't get. So there's all kinds of threads that we can pull on. There'll be some very interesting stories about this cabinet. And of course, the top line is, yes, he made it 15 and 15, men and women, plus Trudeau. He's achieved gender parity, and he's also achieved some regional balance as well. It's like playing three-dimensional chess. So far, Trudeau seems to have pulled it off, Peter.
You know, you nailed it there. There's so many threads to pull on here on this day, so many potential stories to talk about. The personal ones are wonderful, and you know, as Terry mentioned, you know, a couple of them there. That moment with Maryam Monsef, who came into cabinet, the former Afghan refugee, just 30 years old, carried real emotion in it. You know, she kind of laughed at a couple of moments, smiled openly about being able to be sworn into cabinet in this country after her story of arrival here not that long ago, less than 20 years ago, that her family had arrived with her single mom and her two sisters arriving in Canada with a difficult story. And you can imagine taking that cab, getting in a cab at Montreal Airport and saying, "Oh, Peterborough, please." Probably not realizing that this was going to be a long drive. I can just imagine that meter and what that driver was thinking when he said, "Okay, sure, absolutely, we're on our way to Peterborough." Let's go into the crowd here outside Rideau Hall, who have been here for a few hours, and it's a gorgeous day, no doubt about that. It looks beautiful, but it's cool. It's a little bit chilly, especially in the shade. Hannah Thibodeau's with us. Hannah.
Over in the shade a little bit, Peter. However, this is where the crowds were. You can see the screen behind me. They watched the ceremony. So I came down and I plunked myself here just to chat with some of the people. And guess what? I found people from right across this country had come here today to ensure that they saw this firsthand. Okay, guys, we were talking about this before. We are from Newfoundland and Labrador. We're coming over here.
Vancouver.
Ottawa. Oh, wait, we're coming back here too. PEI. PEI as well. Look, Peter, I just plunked myself here, and this is exactly what I found. But hold on, that's not all. This lady behind me is from Australia. Where in Australia are you from?
I'm from New South Wales, a place called Mudgee.
And why did you come out here today?
Because it's a unique, amazing experience. It's so Canadian.
What makes it unique for you?
I think the openness of it all, there's a real sense of change here, and it was just so exciting to be part of that. And yeah, I'm only here for a year, but it's so exciting to almost be a little bit of Canada for a day.
Going to move over to the Newfoundlanders because they were definitely tapping their toes to that last segment, and I have to admit I was dancing a little bit too. What was the most poignant part of this ceremony for you?
It's once in a lifetime experience, right? Like, up to now, I've never been in Ottawa in a ceremony like this, and probably never will be again. Who knows, right? So it's once in a lifetime experience.
Once in a lifetime experience for you. What did you pick out of this whole ceremony that really stuck with you?
Oh, seeing Judy Foote up there. No, Newfoundland and Labrador looks so beautiful in red.
Newfoundland and Labrador represented by Judy Foote, now in cabinet. I'm going to get Christian to work really hard here. He's coming around. There is this young lady, Sarah, here too. She's young, but she came out today because it was important for you to be here.
I felt that it was very important. Since I lived in Ottawa, I knew I'd regret it if I didn't go. It's an amazing experience that only happens once every few years. It's very exciting.
Okay, so we have the Ottawa, and I can't leave out the people from BC as well, all the way here from Vancouver. Pick out the best moment for you during this ceremony.
The best moment for me was hearing that there's a minister for environment and climate change. That is
going to get some recognition in the federal government. So that was amazing.
Why do you think that now?
Well, because it's so important, it's so necessary for the whole country that we have pay attention to climate change.
So, Peter, just going around the crowd here, you can see from right across Canada, they felt it was important to come down here and see for themselves firsthand this cabinet being swearing in. They each had different moments that they picked out that they truly enjoyed from that ceremony.
Well, and I think they're right, and as you and Terry have pointed out, there are so many moments you can pull out of this, whether it's personalities or individual stories. And that story that your guest just mentioned there is a key one. As David Hurley had mentioned earlier in the program, climate change used to be under natural resources. That's where it was kind of discussed, and for the reasons associated with that. But today, it is very much attached to an environment. It is part of the title of the new minister's responsibilities, and so there's no sort of middle ground on where this government stands on climate change. They think it's directly linked to the environment, and there is a need to discuss it in that fashion. And I guess we'll see in Paris what approach is taken by the new Canadian government as they move forward. We'll be back to Hannah as the day progresses, and we wait to see what happens when the new cabinet comes outside, and whether there's a certain degree of mingling with those who've waited here so long over these past few years, watching on the giant screens for the ceremony inside. Next up will be this opportunity for all of us to witness the new cabinet getting their official portrait taken inside Government House, and then they'll be coming outside, led by the Prime Minister, to talk to the nation and to the media. Let's go back to Toronto for a minute, because we haven't had an opportunity to really discuss in bigger terms Amanda Alvaro's thoughts about what we've witnessed these last couple of hours. Amanda is a Liberal, so no doubt she's going to be happy with what she saw, but we also have used Amanda to try to analyze certain things over the past few years, and she's obviously a member of Rosie Barton's power panel on her politics program later in the afternoon on CBC News Network. Okay, I've got all the plugs in there now. Amanda, tell me your overall thoughts here right now. Put it in context for us, what you're thinking after watching this.
Well, there were some big firsts today. I mean, obviously, the first federal cabinet that has an equal number of men and women, that was an expectation met today. But other first, the first Aboriginal Minister of Justice, that was a powerful, poignant moment when Jody Wilson-Raybould shook hands with the Prime Minister. And then you could, if you went into social media, you saw how that sentiment seemed to be shared with people as they were watching on their TV screens. The first Sikh Minister of Defense, also such an important portfolio, showcase that diversity matters. And then there was, and you just discussed it, the new title change, the environment, the fact that there's a highlighting of climate change, how it's not just Minister of Environment, but Catherine McKenna is going to take on and tackle climate change, and she's going to have to do that fairly quickly. One of the first things that this government is embarking on will be the Paris Summit to address climate change, and Catherine McKenna will have a big role there. And then, of course, when we talked about it earlier, there were some big portfolios handed out to women. This being a central question, skepticism that some had leading into these cabinet announcements, but health, international trade, the environment, justice, all big portfolios handed to women. So I think we're in good hands. I saw somebody tweet that this is a cabinet that really looks like Canadians, and I think it'll be a cabinet that will well represent them.
All right, Amanda Alvaro talking to us from Toronto, having watched this from a partisan view clearly, but watching it with an excitement that seemed to be delivered upon. I mean, you said it at one point, Amanda, during the ceremony, that after all this discussion about gender parity, the danger here was that it would look like tokenism.
Right.
But to you, it didn't look at all like tokenism, given the portfolios that were handed out.
No, and I think too, you know, in the first 90 or so days, there are some major commitments that we're expecting this new Trudeau government to tackle. One of them being the launch of the inquiry for missing and murdered Indigenous women. That's a portfolio that was handed to Carolyn Bennett, so you'll expect a spotlight on her. There's obviously TPP, Chrystia Freeland, who has long been touted as a Liberal who would take a big post given international trade, so you'll see her. We talked about Catherine McKenna. I also thought it was interesting that, you know, there's always been sort of a resume attached to those who are in cabinet. A certain number of lawyers and doctors, a lot of people with business acumen. But there are some other interesting resumes that were represented. Journalists, an astronaut, of course, a symphony musician, a Paralympian. So again, reflecting, I think, a little differently, not just the regions, the fact that we also have the far north represented, but the interests and issues of Canadians. So, you know, it's obviously a monumental, it's a historic day, it's an important day, but job one begins tomorrow when each of these ministers begin in their new portfolios, start getting their briefings, and have to get to work.
All right. Amanda, listen, thanks very much, as always, for helping us out on the broadcast. Amanda Alvaro in Toronto today. I want to show you a picture of someone, because this person who's left us now is a part of our history, though, and will be smiling from above today. The woman on the left of your screen is Ellen Fairclough. Why are we mentioning her today? She was the first female cabinet minister. John Diefenbaker put Ellen Fairclough in the cabinet in 1958. She was the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. And today, all these years later, Ellen Fairclough would be happy, I'm sure, to know that things had reached gender parity in a federal cabinet. Ellen Fairclough is important to me. I, like so many Canadians, arrived in this country from somewhere else. I was born in Britain, went through the citizenship process, could have got sort of kind of automatically in as a British subject, but our family, my father, wanted us to ensure that we went through the process and became citizens, you know, with a citizenship court judge, and we did all that. And so when my citizenship document arrived, which I still proudly have, saying Peter Mansbridge, Canadian citizen, who signed it at the bottom? Ellen Fairclough. So I always look at that as kind of a little bit of slice of history of our country, but in a personal way for me. However, having said all these wonderful things about gender parity and women in cabinet, a quick thought from you, David, before Rosie gets back to take things over again here. One of the key parts of any cabinet is kind of the central grouping. And it's been called different things over time. There's an inner cabinet, an outer cabinet. There's a planning and priorities committee. All sort of boil down to the same thing, that the core group of ministers that decide on the agenda and how to move forward in cabinet. They've released the names of those involved. There are 11, Prime Minister being one.
Right.
6 men and 4 women.
Pretty close.
Pretty close. So overall, you've got like 7 men and 4 women on the Central Committee of Cabinet.
That's right. You said it's been called Priorities and Planning. I think under Mr. Mulroney it was called Ops. Under Mr. Trudeau, it's called Agenda and Results.
Okay, so, but you know what I'm getting at. Does this take anything away from gender parity when you see that the key group, really isn't 50-50?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that it does. I mean, we've talked about the fact that the cabinet's 50-50, that a lot of senior jobs seem to have gone to women. I think the thing that I take from the membership of this inner cabinet is that if there was a push and pull in the main cabinet between experience and youth or freshness and change, that push and pull is not felt in the inner cabinet, where other than Ralph Goodale, no member of that inner cabinet has ever sat in a cabinet anywhere else before themselves. So that is, the inner cabinet is decidedly, the group that's designed with agenda and results, is decidedly on the change side of the equation, with the exception of Ralph Goodale.
Well, they start today. first cabinet meeting. That'll be an interesting one, especially for all those rookies.
Yeah.
They'll be initiated quickly.
Based on my experience, the guy who's going to have the worst day is Bill Morneau, because he gets to go meet with the Department of Finance officials who tell him, now here's the real truth.
Yeah, and that is something that we've heard and seen and witnessed so many times with other governments transitioning, where a new government comes in with certain expectations based on what they heard the old government saying about the state of the books, and suddenly the bureaucrats say, well, you know, it's not really quite that way. Right. This is really the way it is. Oh. And so we find out today whether that'll happen, and then it becomes sometimes an excuse for a new government to say, well, we're not able to do what we said we were going to do because the books weren't what we thought they were going to be.
Right.
I'm not sure how much that flies anymore.
I don't think it flies at all, and I don't think this government has any wiggle room in that regard either, especially since they've committed themselves to not being stuck to the government's fiscal framework. So, you know, they won't be able to say, well, it's worse. You already said you were going to run a deficit to get this done, and you've already said the government, you were already critical of the government's economic projections and said it was in deficit. So I don't think there's any wiggle room for the government here. But nonetheless, it does represent an interesting challenge because, you know, the way governments represent the books in the last year of a mandate leading up to an election is often a little different from the way they actually look inside to the bureaucrats. So we will get the truth today.
All right. David Hurley, one of the insiders who's been with us today and helping us in our coverage. Thanks, David.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay. We will be talking to you again soon. Let's look down once again at the grounds outside Government House and see the fact that you know, a lot of people, not just journalists, have gathered near the fountain area where the Prime Minister will come out once the, you know, it's kind of official picture has been taken, and talk to reporters, talk to Canadians, answer a few questions before heading to that first cabinet meeting that we were talking to David about a few moments ago. Let's go back down into the crowd again, because I think Hannah Thibodeau's got some more guests for us, Hannah?
Smart guests. Well, what we're going to show you here is the crowd that was originally over there watching the swearing-in ceremony live has now moved up to the main road around the fountain because they want to personally hear what Justin Trudeau, the new Prime Minister, and his cabinet have to say as soon as they get all those official photographs done. So they've been standing here waiting, and everybody's asking me, what time is this going to happen? Shortly, but I can see the crowd goes as far as the eyes can see, right down the road, because I think what they're hoping is that Trudeau will come out, they'll have an opportunity to either talk with him, shake his hand, take photographs. That's what everybody seems to be saying. But not only that, Peter, if you look down here, down on the grounds, you see those white tents, and in those white tents there's some checkered tablecloths and some hot chocolate. Don't be surprised, we are behind in the schedule, but don't be surprised if potentially maybe the new Prime Minister will come down and serve some hot chocolate to some of these people who have been standing out here waiting and watching this whole day take place for themselves. So thousands of people are lining up right along the road waiting for this to happen. They will come out. It'll be Justin Trudeau. He'll be flanked by his cabinet behind him. We expect them to make a brief statement, maybe take a couple of questions from the media because they have said that they want this new open, transparent type government. Maybe a couple of questions here, but of course they are going to go to Parliament Hill. That's where they'll hold their first cabinet meeting and then take questions from the media a little bit later this afternoon.
All right, Anna, thanks very much. We'll keep watching that. I'm sure you're right. I'm sure they'll head off towards those tents and not only help with the hot chocolate serving, but probably something else that's been associated with the new Prime Minister. He loves taking selfies, having others taking selfies with him. There's the Prime Ministerial Podium, which Justin Trudeau will be speaking from in the next little while after that portrait has been taken. And just arriving back up from that area where she was watching the new ministers arrive and getting the latest scuttlebutt down there was Rosie Barton, who taking
also
the odd selfie her first.
Yeah. With you even.
Yeah.
Yeah. A couple things that strike me from the day. First of all, just the tone of the day. You know, if you think about the number of cabinets that we've had over the past decade, I don't think we've ever seen anything like not only the people here, but the general excitement around it. People applauding and seeming, very engaged in this new government. And there is excitement within that cabinet as well, and within the people that are lining up to be part of the government. However, not to be the doomsdayer, this, and you and I talked about this a little bit yesterday, this is, after the hot chocolate is served, time to get down to business. Yep. These people have very serious, important jobs with many, many promises. And at this stage, not a really clear idea, in my mind anyway, what the actual priorities are for the government moving forward. Certainly there are some levers that they can flip very quickly, coming out of that cabinet meeting even. Things that don't need legislative changes that they could start to implement quickly. We know that their first legislative change that they would like to see would be that middle-class tax cut. If we see Parliament come back at the beginning of December, they could start to move those things along. But this will also be the beginning of managing expectations, because so far they haven't been managed. The Liberals have been happy to keep this excitement going, and happy to keep the energy going and keep Canadians excited about what's coming. Now the actual work begins, and now we know who has to do it.
And the honeymoon kind of starts to end in a way. Yeah. It'll carry on as these things do for a while. But when you've raised expectation levels, the things are going to change. They're going to change, drastically or radically. They want to see that change. Sure. We saw, I know the situations are different and the systems are different, but we saw Obama come in 2008 in the U.S. with the whole Hopi-changey thing that didn't seem to get delivered to a lot of people. And we watched his popularity take a hit because of that. So those same kind of pressures will be placed on this government. They're bound to get a significant amount of positive press out of today, media reaction, and not just media, but people in general, given the nature of what we've witnessed in terms of change here. And you can't argue that.
No.
Maybe take issue with certain appointments, but overall the picture is one that shows change. There will be some interesting stories placed about who, Terry hinted about the Andrew Leslie thing. There are a couple of other examples too of people that were kind of expected to be in there who aren't in there, and those stories will be raised, but everybody can't win on a day like this.
No, and he does, Mr. Trudeau, the Prime Minister, I'll have to get used to that, does have a lot of goodwill in the bank right now. Not only with Canadians, but also with the people that he has brought into government, the 184 people that he's brought into government here. He brought them there. He is a large part of why that majority happened. So he will be able to use that goodwill to assuage some of the people that may be unhappy about where they're going. I am not surprised about Andrew Leslie. If you remember that Andrew Leslie crafted a 2011 report while he was in the military about all the things that needed to evolve within the military, and it included getting rid of thousands of people, reassigning thousands of people. So the idea that he would go back into that ministry when he is not particularly loved within the Department of National Defense, not that surprising. And you can only choose so many people from the Ottawa region, and it was Catherine McKenna who got the nod this time. But yes.
But he was, he was hyped as a star candidate. And so there was a certain expectation. But as I said, he's not alone. I mean, Joyce Murray's not in there. That some felt she might be there as a former leadership candidate.
Bill Blair
would
be another
from Toronto,
big star
the former
candidate,
police chief. So there are names that aren't on that list, and there will be a little bit of buzz around that, and people will be running up to them. Are you disappointed? But that will move on as the attention focuses. As as we've talked about, and you mentioned, there's so many great stories in the new cabinet we're now seeing with Justin Trudeau and David Johnston. So many great personal stories that they're going to fill up chapters of books and sections in newspapers for the next little while. So here we go. This is what they call the family portrait, and everybody has to look. There's one of them again, Miriam Monsef. The list goes on. And you can just pan the group, and there's a story behind every one of those faces. Not surprising. And so listen to those shutters going on the cameras as everybody's grabbing their shot. So there are certain moments on this day that are accessible for everybody. This is one of them. Those shots happen fast. And so the movement will start now, heading out towards the area outside Rideau Hall for the first statements we'll hear from the new Prime Minister. And I'm not sure we're going to hear from any of his cabinet ministers, and most of them really, don't have a lot to say. They haven't been briefed by officials yet on where they're at, and a common answer on a day like this is, give me a chance.
Sure, but yeah, there are some experienced people, though, that I think the Liberal Party would, the Liberal government will be happy to put forward, and some of the new people as well were very much spokespeople during the election. Jody Wilson-Raybould spoke a number of times, Bill Morneau as well. So these are people that could speak in broad terms about the challenges of their jobs, the things that they're going to do. But you're right, we're not going to quiz them on all the details because even if they got the phone call last week, they've probably started to go through some ideas, but they will only get their transition binders in the next number of hours from the bureaucrats that would have been working on those for them overnight.
And they'll be hitting the books on those ones fairly quickly. Part of the reason, too, that there's a bit of a, it could be 6-7 weeks before the House sits. That period is an opportunity for a lot of these ministers to get up to speed on their portfolios so they can answer questions when question period starts. Terry Milewski's out there in the group, ready to fire one of his famous Milewski questions at the new Prime Minister if he gets that opportunity. Terry, what's the continuing mood out there of
my mood is definitely bending towards revenge on Julie Van Dusen, who's taken my spot at the microphone, so I won't be able to get that question, but I am plotting my revenge. Marco Mendicino, I just want to add one more name to the list of those who did not make it, sadly. Marco Mendicino, of course, a very valuable addition to the Liberal Party, who was a giant slayer in Eglinton Lawrence, took down the sitting Conservative Finance Minister Joe Oliver and was widely tipped to make it into the cabinet, and he did not. Add him, I think you've already mentioned Bill Blair, the former long-time Toronto police chief, who is another one who didn't make it. Can I also just mention a couple of names that would be top of my list for those who will regret having made it pretty soon? My top two candidates would be Judy Foote and Chrystia Freeland. Judy Foote, because into her no doubt capable hands will fall the hellish file of government procurement. You don't want to hear about it. Billions and billions that somehow never get where they're supposed to go, ships that don't get built, planes that don't get bought. The F-35 now is off the table because of the new government. Somebody's going to have to run an open and fair competition, according to the new Prime Minister, to replace the old CF-18s. When's that going to happen? Years seem to go by, and all of these procurement files seem to turn to dust, so now it's Judy Foote's turn. The reason I mention Chrystia Freeland as well in that category of wish I hadn't got this job is because as International Trade Minister, she's going to be in charge of picking up the leftovers of the Harper government, particularly two enormously important trade agreements with Europe and the Trans-Pacific region, both of which are kind of unfinished business. They've been supposedly agreed, but not ratified. What is it, 28 countries have still got to ratify it in Europe? That sounds like a nightmare making that happen. The Trans-Pacific Accord is very controversial. The Liberal Party hasn't officially endorsed it yet. They say they want to take a look at the details, and what details? They still want to sign on to the $4 billion package of compensation to Canada's dairy farmers. So you can start to see why I say that, oh my God, what a file. I'm not sure I really wanted this job. The only other thing I would mention is, by the way, you may have touched on this before, but Bill Morneau, the new finance minister, may just be in the running for richest finance minister ever. He's certainly in there competing with Paul Martin, I think. By my recollection, his paycheck last year at his big human resources company was in excess of $1 million. That's just for last year, plus bonus. And he's widely reported to have a stock portfolio in the region of $30 million. Of course, that'll all be in a blind trust now, but if you like your finance ministers to know a little bit about money, you got one.
Yeah. You're right. You're such a cynic, though. All the reasons why you don't want the job. What a guy.
He gave the dreamy stories before.
Well, you know, the swearing in is over, Peter. It's downhill from here.
All right, Terry, thank you. Terry Molesky waiting outside. Julie Van Dusen, of course, no softball question thrower, Julie. If she's got the podium like Terry, she'll have a question there for the new Prime Minister, who we're told will come out, will have a statement at the podium, surrounded by his new ministers, and will almost certainly take a few questions anyway before heading off to mingle with the crowd. He will, I'm sure, use the excuse they are running a little bit late. He'll use the excuse that they've got a cabinet minister meeting. It's not a bad excuse.
He's also got
to have their
Google
first
Hangout.
meeting.
He's got a Google Hangout.
A Google Hangout.
Got a Google
That's right.
Hangout.
That may actually be going on
now.
That may be going on now. Do you know what a Google Hangout is?
I do. Yeah.
And that's like, it's almost like video conferencing.
It can
right?
be, yeah. And he's supposed to do it with students, and he'll take a few questions. And I guess that's also more of what we're seeing today, trying to project a more open and transparent tone, because that's a lot of what else was promised by this government that we're going to see very quickly. I mean, this afternoon with the cabinet meeting, knowing that it's happening and where it's happening and being invited to it, that's also a change in tone. There are other things that are going to happen as well, whether it be changes to the way parliamentary committees work, which, by the way, is something to keep an eye on, because all these people that we've been mentioning that were left out, they could get into these parliamentary committees. They could be elected chairs of these committees. These are ways to sort of boost your profile, make a little more money, and there are other things like that Justin Trudeau could use to placate people that he might be concerned or not pleased that they're not inside cabinet. But again, I do think that he's got a lot of goodwill in the bank for now, and I'm not sure we're going to hear too much rumbling from anybody who's upset today. You know, and one of the points that David Hurley mentioned earlier, he's one of the first prime ministers to come into office where he really didn't owe anything to anybody. He didn't have to say, so-and-so's got to go in because they did this or that for me over time. This is the guy who came back and basically rebuilt the party in a couple of years. Yeah, I mean, there's a few people like that. Navdeep Bains, while qualified and was a previous MP, did do a lot for Justin Trudeau and helped him with the leadership bid. But if you want the opposite example of that, he was in no way obligated to give Stéphane Dion anything, and certainly not the portfolio of foreign affairs, which to me is a little bit surprising. It's not that he's not capable of it and won't be able to do it, but that's a big job. And he's decided to give it to someone who is essentially a failed leader, but still respected in the party. Well, it's interesting because he looks back and sees what happened when Mulroney did that with Clark. It was the same kind of thing. I remember sitting here in '84 and saying, and people talking, wow, Joe Clark, Foreign Affairs Minister, failed leader, took the party to a crushing defeat after just having won power a couple of months before. Became a signature foreign affairs minister on the international stage, still looked at that way and respected that way by a lot of kind of international dignitaries. So, but you're right, nevertheless, it was a surprise to pop up as a foreign affairs minister, because when you're looking at the kind of top half dozen portfolios, that's certainly one of them. Julie Van Dusen, or not Julie Van Dusen, Hannah Thibodeau's got guests for us once again in the crowd, waiting anxiously for the arrival of the new Prime Minister. Hannah.
Waiting anxiously. I don't mind being called Julie, too. She's a really nice gal. But I'm joined by a gentleman named Travis, because I overheard you and Mr. Hurley talking about what is a Google Hangout. And I thought, oh, gosh, I hope Peter doesn't come to me and say, what's a Google Hangout? Because I don't really know either. So I asked in the crowd, Peter. Nobody knew. This fella, Travis, did know. And then I told him that Justin Trudeau was going to do a Google Hangout with some school kids. Okay, explain to Canada what exactly is happening here.
Well, I mean, he could be on video with them. It's a really easy-to-use service that lets you do video chats and phone chats and text messages. So, a really great way to reach young people, and I'm sure that's why he's using it.
Okay, see, young, hip, cool people in the crowd here today. Travis, you're one of them, and thanks for explaining that for us.
No problem.
And I'm going to go over here to some other cool, young, hip ladies. You were talking a little bit earlier. Your favorite moment from this whole event was seeing the diversity in the cabinet. So talk a little bit about that for me.
Well, first of all, it was great to see 50% women in the cabinet. What a wonderful moment for Canada.
Why is it important for you to see that?
Well, I think it's wonderful for young women, such as myself, such as women even younger than me, to know that politics is a real option for them, to see women who've got incredible credentials running incredible posts in our country.
And the moment where you kind of went, oh, that is so neat.
For me, it was seeing really the diversity, First Nations represented, older women represented, younger women represented, and also some real veterans. I mean, seeing Stéphane Dion, Ralph Goodale in there. I mean, what a wonderful cabinet he's put together.
Okay, and I'm going to move over to you too, because I noticed in your hand, yes, she has a phone, and you guys are pretty close to seeing that. What were you hoping? You were telling me you're hoping to get maybe something with that?
I mean, we wouldn't say no to a selfie. I wouldn't say I had very high hopes. There's many people here.
Yeah.
We've taken many selfies of ourselves, just her and I today while we waited.
Yeah, and you're hoping to get one more selfie with the new Prime Minister. That's what you're telling me.
Well, that would be great, yeah.
No, they don't want one with me. That's not what they were looking for. So as you can see here, I've seen a lot of people with their phones in their hands hoping to get, we saw Justin Trudeau on the election campaign quite often veering into the crowds because that's something that he really enjoys doing. The day after he got elected, he went down to a train station and was shaking hands just with everybody to say thank you. And I think that's what a lot of people in the crowd here have been saying to me, is they're hoping that potentially he might come over and say hello to them.
Thanks, Hannah. You know, it is going to be interesting to see how whether that continues. I think they want it to continue and that he wants to keep being able to do that, but it's a new reality now, and the challenge is not going to just be for him, it's going to be, you know, for the RCMP. Yep. Are they going to, how much are they going to argue with the new Prime Minister about the risks versus the rewards of diving into crowds here and there, and we've already seen a little bit of that. I mean, the former Prime Minister, you know, and for reasons we saw in trials that took place about people who wanted to do harm to the Parliament of Canada, to the Prime Minister himself, suddenly watched the group of Mounties around him multiply a great number of times, and I don't think he argued about that. I think he felt better for that. But, you know, big, long motorcades of armed vehicles traveling behind him, much more so than some other international leaders of bigger stature. So what will happen there, whether that will change, the hints have been that they don't want quite the presence that we witnessed in the last administration, but there will be an argument.
Yeah, there will be. I mean, it's worth pointing out that Stephen Harper wasn't one to dive into crowds anyway. It wasn't something that he loved doing. It wasn't something he was comfortable doing, but he did walk around this neighborhood almost on a nightly basis around 24 Sussex and Rideau Hall, and was allowed to continue doing that with the RCMP presence. So it wasn't as though he was boxed in or being isolated in his home. He was allowed out, and we saw Justin Trudeau try to do that on Halloween, right? He took his kids out trick-or-treating just like any parent would do. And so I think there is a desire from them not only to keep him connected to Canadians, but to allow him and his children, much as he did, to grow up as normally as possible. But towards the end of the election, when he was doing those big rallies out in, for instance, Surrey in British Columbia, there were moments where people were grabbing him and wouldn't let him go. And the RCMP had trouble keeping that box, that security box that they try and maintain around him. So it will be a struggle trying to get that balance right. And he may see that the freedom that he would like to have will be hampered a little bit if security changes. And we've seen the interest internationally in him too, right? So that is also not going to die down anytime soon.
No, and you can imagine he's got that run, as we've shown and you've shown on your program, this run of various summits that he's got to go to in different places all over the world in a very short period of time. I can't remember the runway being this short for past new prime ministers to suddenly be involved on the international stage. But his name, for all the reasons we know, carries a certain amount of attraction, and there will be stories internationally about him. Well, there's a bit of a noise at the crowd around the entrance to Rideau Hall. I
Door opened. That was exciting.
Yeah, I guess they're getting some indication that this man, the country's new prime minister, will be coming out there in the next few moments to make his comments. Not quite sure why we're looking at these pictures here. I see. This is just some of the kind of stock footage of the campaign moments from these past couple of months. And, you know, go back, this was just before one of the debates where he went and did a little boxing, right? One time, and then went canoeing another time.
Did he do anything this morning you can tell me about to get ready for this?
You'll have to watch tonight. He actually did one thing that...
Something like that? Like a relaxation thing?
It's a special moment that you're going to want to see. Okay. And what Rosie's referring to is the fact that we've been doing, as we've done with various other administrations, we've always tried to get access to some of the behind-the-scenes moments. Some cases they've agreed, in other cases they haven't. Well, today we got agreement, so we have some really interesting things to show you later tonight about the background to this day. It's not finished yet. I'm going to have to slip out of here in a couple of minutes to get a couple of more
moments,
scenes,
secret moments
to this this story. But hopefully we're going to have it all together and ready for tonight's national.
Be good.
And the day started early and in a really nice way. So it's pretty good. But that's not the business at hand, as you pointed out. When he walks out those doors, it's a different guy that walked in them. It was the Prime Minister designate going in. He comes out the Prime Minister, and suddenly he's answering questions about the country, about his government, and about the actions they're about to take. And there's a different tone to it all.
There is, and I should say that I found him to look quite nervous, actually, during the beginning of the swearing in, when he was sworn in and sitting there. I imagine the weight of that moment was weighing on him quite heavily, and he was thinking of his father, undoubtedly, because that's, where your mind would go as well. And then what he has to do, the weight of that as well, that he is going to have to push forward with. Now, I know you've spent some time with him, but the people that I know that know him say that, he does feel he's able to manage all of this as well as he can, because he's surrounded himself with a lot of people that he trusts and a lot of people who are very smart. So he feels like, he's ready to tackle the job. And I'm sure he told you some of those things today. When he comes out here, he may choose to just give a statement and not take questions. He may wait until after the cabinet meeting to take the questions. But you're quite right. When he comes out, now the things that he says will mean something different. And the things that he doesn't say will mean something different as well. The room for error now, I would say, is a lot smaller. The bar has gone up, and you can't make mistakes at this stage. And if you do, you'll pay that price for them politically, because now you are accountable for everything that you're doing and saying and the choices that you've made.
Those are all, absolutely good points, and points that, that group isn't naive. That are surround him. Yeah. They recognize that. They're loving the moments of these past few days, but they recognize too that it is a new ball game starting this afternoon, and the pressure is on to deliver on a number of fronts. Terry, I imagine, will be going on some of these trips, and they are, these are significant moments that take place for the new Prime Minister in the next month or so, in terms of various different summits. Do you want to share anything on that for us, Terry?
It's a pretty hectic schedule, Peter, and it's all going to be packed into a very short space of time. Not much time to prepare, nor for his ministers to prepare. That's why it's so important to have ministers that are ready to go on day one, Stéphane Dion being one obvious example. Here's a quick rundown of the agenda. Coming right up is the G20 summit. That's in Turkey. Immediately after that, there's an APEC summit in Manila and CHOGM. You know what CHOGM is? It's the Commonwealth heads of government, and that's where they all line up and have their picture taken with the Queen. It's not exactly a real important economic summit, but no prizes for guessing that Mr. Trudeau will want to not pass up an invitation to have his picture taken with the Queen. Then, of course, there's the infamous COP21. I don't know why they keep calling it that. It's the Paris Climate Summit. It begins at the end of the month, goes on for about 11 days. We don't know exactly when Prime Minister Trudeau, I have to get used to saying that word, Prime Minister Trudeau, and forget about the designate. We don't know what date exactly he's going to attend that summit, but he has said that he's going to attend all of the above 4 summits, all of that before the end of the first week in December. So it's a very heavy agenda getting ready for all of this, and they're very serious occasions. The issues that are going to be arising are urgent and extremely important. The G20 is the premier economic summit on the face of the earth these days, and I made light of CHOGM. Maybe that's not such a big deal, but Paris, of course, is going to be extremely important, particularly for a government that has pledged to turn a new page on the environment. A prime minister and a foreign minister and an environment minister, all of whom saying we're going to strike a very different tone in Canada. We are going to get serious about climate change. Well, they're going to have to prove that pretty soon.
No, you're right, Terry, on all those fronts. And, you know, as Rosie pointed out, that G20 meeting, I guess that's his first chance to meet with Obama.
Yes.
With President Obama of the United States, and there's clearly things on their agenda that they need to talk about, whether it's Keystone, whether it's Iraq and Syria, whether it's the refugee story, whether it's pulling out of certain commitments that Canada has had on the fight against ISIS. So there are obviously issues there that those two leaders have to talk about. On the climate front, as you said, that conference goes 10 or 11 days. He's not going for all of them. I think he's just there for a couple.
He'll drop in for a couple of days, Peter, and you have to pick those couple of days wisely. So I don't suppose he's going to be there any longer than that. But there's a lot at stake because he can't afford to come out of that summit and come home and say, well, you know, we didn't really do very much. We weren't ready. People aren't going to accept him saying that we weren't ready. He's got to be able to deliver a commitment that is credible. Because remember, Stéphane Dion, as Environment Minister, signed on to the Kyoto Accord, and then the Liberal government of the day really didn't do a whole lot to comply with the requirements of that accord. They didn't withdraw from it, as the Conservatives did, but let's face it, it wasn't as though Canada's emissions declined dramatically as Kyoto required. So with that background, this time it's going to be extra hard for the government to come home saying, yeah, we've got this great big agreement, we've made all kinds of promises, but we don't have any way to keep them. Keeping those promises is what a lot of the people who voted Liberal are going to expect.
Good points. As always, Terry Malewski outside Rideau Hall and getting ready, we are told, in the next minute or so. Trouble is, we've been told that for 15 minutes now, that the new Prime Minister and his cabinet will be walking out those doors outside Rideau Hall and speaking to reporters in the country through the magic of television and radio and streaming live online. So all of those opportunities and platforms exist for you to watch these opening comments. And the questions, which I assume will range everywhere from why certain appointments to when will the House sit. They haven't actually said, have they, Rosie? They've sort of hinted at the first half of December.
Yeah, the first couple of weeks of December is as close as they've got to hinting. I think one of the other questions is what are you going to do first? right? What things could you do first? Certainly the Syrian refugee issue is something that the Department of Citizenship and Immigration has been preparing for, and it's certainly something where the Liberals could say, let's get it going. Let's start ramping it up so we can try and get as many refugees processed as we can. There does seem to be agreement in terms of everyone I've spoken to that 25,000 just isn't going to happen by the end of the year.
All right. We're starting to see some movement as the new ministers are heading out. Here is Christy Duncan. The list will go on as all the ministers under Tutu head towards the spot. I think they're going to be in the background of the Prime Minister's comments.
And usually the comments actually happen right outside that door. So they're pulling people, having people walk past the fountain and walk past people to go down to the front of the house.
Mark Garneau obviously suffering from some kind of
we'll have to ask him.
ailment. So he's using a cane to move around. So Stéphane Dion, Christy Friedland, John McCallum, Carolyn Bennett. Sort of mix of the new and in some cases the familiar from past Liberal governments. So just one more minister to come out those doors, and that of course would be the Prime Minister.
Who's given himself a portfolio as well. Remember, he said when he was sworn in, intergovernmental affairs and youth issues he's decided to take charge of. Intergovernmental affairs, not very surprising. Prime ministers do that a lot to try and manage the provinces, but I think the youth affairs is also something trying to send a signal about.
Manage the provinces. They're going to love you here saying that.
Provincial relations.
Manage the relationship with
Manage
the
relations. I'm not the intergovernmental affairs minister, clearly. Anyway.
But you're right. It's not that surprising that we should know that he's taken that part of the portfolio, because he's often said in the last couple of years that one of the first things he wanted to do was to get all the provinces together.
Yeah, first ministers' meetings, yeah. And he's taking them all with him to Paris as well. So, I mean, he's obviously trying to signal the importance of going back to that kind of model of governing.
And he offered the opposition leaders seats on that as well in Paris.
Yeah, he's trying to make a more collaborative approach, and one of the places where we might look for that in the weeks ahead are in the kinds of appointments that he's going to make as well. Beyond the rumor of Bob Rae, which continues to persist, where does Bob Rae go, who insists he hasn't had a phone call yet, are there other people from other parties who might be attractive to the new Liberal government?
Okay, so there they are. The background for the Prime Minister's shot has arrived. We're getting used to this. We saw it so often through the last couple of years, and certainly through the campaign, that whenever party leaders head anywhere, and now the Prime Minister, there's a background.
Usually they're regular people, not cabinet ministers, but today they're new important people.
Ralph Goodale taking a selfie.
I don't think that's true. There's no way.
It's true. He did.
There's no way
right.
Ralph Goodale knows how to take a selfie.
Well,
I don't believe it.
He just did it. Ralph Goodale, longtime MP from Saskatchewan, and the sole and lonely Liberal from Saskatchewan at the moment. But he's been, in more than a few cabinets over the last 15 years, in the Chrétien cabinet, in the Martin cabinet, now in the Trudeau cabinet. First arrived on the Hill with Trudeau the Elder. 83 was the first time he was an MP.
I wonder how happy he would be with that portfolio. Just going to put that out there. He's not going to grumble publicly, but public safety is not the area where...
Well, he's got C-51 dumped in his lap now.
Exactly.
So there are going to be some challenges in making things happen there. No, I'm sure he would love to have gone back to his old portfolio of finance.
Yeah. That gentleman we just saw coming out was the official photographer, Justin Trudeau.
Prime Minister Trudeau. crowd responds and he heads to the podium for the first time as Prime Minister.
Aujourd'hui, tout le monde, c'est un grand plaisir pour moi de présenter un Conseil des ministres qui ressemble énormément au Canada. It's an incredible pleasure for me to be here today before you to present to Canada a cabinet that looks like Canada. We have an awful lot of work to do in the coming weeks, months, and years. But I know that Canadians expected us to come together and put forward a team that is going to be able to deliver on the change, on the ambitious plan for this country that the Liberal Party ran on, and that's exactly what we are going to deliver. Les Canadiens ont eu de grandes attentes pour nous, et je suis très content de démontrer que nous avons l'équipe extraordinaire pour livrer sur
team that
les
will be able
valeurs
to deliver
le plan
on the values,
que
the
les Canadiens
plan
s'attendent de ce gouvernement.
that Canadians are expecting from this government.
Hi, Julie Van Dusen, CBC. We've seen, congratulations, first of all, and we've seen some visible changes in your approach, but could you just explain to us, if you had a message to Canadians, what kind of government are you hoping to offer them? How will it be different?
Well, I think one of the first things is that we're a government that wants to earn Canadians' trust by demonstrating that we trust Canadians. Openness and transparency isn't just about trust, though. It's also very much about better policy making, better decisions, when media can do their jobs of holding us to account and asking tough questions, when disclosure and access to information is just the way Parliament behaves, when open data and evidence-based policy is at the heart of policy making and governance decisions, you get the kind of government that Canadians expect and deserve, and that's what we're going to be working very, very hard to deliver.
And a second quick question. You're making history today in the sense that you're the first Canadian Prime Minister whose father was a Prime Minister, and many people in the crowd mentioned your father, and I'm just wondering, do you have any thoughts today to share with us?
Obviously, I think of my father and how pleased he must be that Canada so firmly came together around an ambitious vision for the country that we presented. But my thoughts today, sorry, Dad, aren't mostly on him. They're very much on my own kids and on the kids across this country that we are going to work very, very hard to ensure they have a better future. I am forward-looking, and that's what we're going to do.
News. First of all, your cabinet, you said, looks a lot like Canada, and I understand one of the priorities for you was to have a cabinet that was gender balanced. Why was that so important to you?
Because it's 2015. Canadians elected extraordinary members of Parliament from across the country, and I am glad to have been able to highlight a few of them in this cabinet here with me today. However, there are an awful lot of extraordinary Canadians who are not in this cabinet behind me, who are also going to be strong voices for their community and their country. Because one of the things that I am committed to is ensuring that all parliamentarians, all 307 of them who aren't here with us today, are able to be strong voices for their communities, to push their issues, and to make sure that the diversity that makes this country so strong is the diversity of views that carry us forward.
Last week, you were asked for an update on resettling the 25,000 Syrian refugees that you promised. You said last week that you would have more to say after you were sworn in. Well, you've been sworn in. Can you give us an update on what you're doing to get 25,000 refugees here to Canada?
Well, I just took a big step towards it by appointing the kind of cabinet that's going to get things done. This is going to be a period of slight adjustment for a number of people in the political world in Canada because government by cabinet is back. we are going to sit down around the cabinet table and talk about the solutions that need to put forward, what is in the best interests of Canadians, and how we're going to deliver on the promises that Canadians quite rightly expect us to keep. We're going to do it responsibly and properly, but we are going to keep the promises we made to Canadians to offer them the kind of country that we know we deserve.
NTD TV. Mr. Trudeau, you're heading to APEC meeting and will meet with Asian leaders, including Chinese leaders. As Canada does trade with China, we also know there's a grave human rights concerns in that country. For example, the recent arrest of the human rights lawyers, the torture and killing of Falun Gong practitioners, and the list goes on. I want to ask you, are you going to stand up for Canadian values in raising the human rights issue with the Chinese counterpart and show Canadians that in doing trade, we're not going to sacrifice human rights?
Canadians expect of their government to engage in protecting Canada's national interests in a positive and constructive way on the world stage. And yes, that means promoting our values and standing up for human rights. And it also means ensuring that we can be a productive voice on the world stage to improve relations, to improve economic growth and opportunity for all, but also to have frank and open conversations with our friends and trading partners. And Canada will continue always to be a strong and positive voice on the world stage, building the kind of future, not just for Canadians, but for everyone on this planet that we know people expect.
Do you think in Canada's foreign policy with China, Canada can advance a human rights agenda to help that country?
Absolutely. I think Canada has an awful lot to offer to many countries around the world, whether it's better governance, whether it's the idea that diversity is a source of strength, not a source of weakness. There is a positive engagement firmly based on our values that we know are not just Canadian values, but in most cases are universally shared values across the world, that we have work to do, and we will do that work.
Monsieur Trudeau, avec vos ministres derrière vous,
with your ministers behind you and the ceremony swearing you in, what message do you want to send to Canadians? What do you want them to remember about today? Well, first of all, that we are forming a government that places trust at the very center of its actions. We want to deserve the trust and confidence of Canadians, and in order to do that, we will show that we trust Canadians by being open and transparent about our actions, developing policies that are evidence-based, and understanding that we have a responsibility to be accountable to the media and Canadians all the time. That is a priority for me, and I think that is the kind of change that Canadians asked for in this election. Now, you're going to be having your first cabinet meeting this afternoon and talking about priorities. What exactly are those priorities? What do you want to accomplish between now and the end of the year? Well, one of the first discussions we will have will be about the return of Parliament. Now, I would like to recall Parliament within the first few days of December, but that is a discussion we will be having with the Cabinet in order to confirm the date. But as I've said throughout the campaign, one of our top priorities and our top priority will be to lower taxes for the middle class by asking wealthier Canadians, or the 1% of wealthier Canadians, to pay a little more. And that is what we will be introducing as our first bill in Parliament.
CKDJ 1079, and it's no secret that a lot of students around the country go into tremendous amounts of debt coming out of their post-secondary education. I was wondering, now that you've been sworn in, if you have any plans to maybe reduce the load that those students have to bear.
We know that the future of our country is deeply wrapped up in a positive future for our young people. Access to post-secondary education is going to be essential for economic growth in this country, and that's why we put forward a strong plan to increase the Canada Student Grants and Loan System to make sure that young people have better access to post-secondary education, including for Indigenous Canadians who see tremendous barriers. But also, we have made a commitment that loans don't need to be paid back by students until such a time as they are making $25,000 a year in salary and revenue. That's the kind of thing that pushes off the kinds of debts that are crippling our young people.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau. Mélanie Marquis de la Presse canadienne.
Good morning, Mr. Trudeau. Are you surprised to see Peel criticizing you for having set aside certain male cabinet ministers in order to have more women cabinet ministers? Well, we're in 2015 now, and I think we need a cabinet that is a reflection of the magnificent diversity we have in Canada. That was a priority for me. But as you also know, Canadians have sent people to the House of Commons that are absolutely extraordinary members of the Liberal Party. And we expect all parliamentarians to play an important role in order to ensure that the concerns and priorities of all Canadians are heard in this Parliament, that they are heard by this government, and that we deliver the kind of government that the Canadians are expecting.
Thanks. Mr. Trudeau, in a couple of weeks you'll be heading to Paris, where you're going to be asked to commit to serious goals on reducing carbon emissions here in Canada, but you've not committed to any sort of plan on the federal level to do so. You said you're going to get the provinces on board. Optimistically, do you think that's even possible to actually get the provinces to adapt a plan that's going to be enough to meet the pretty serious targets that you're going to be asked to commit to?
Canadians expect their government to be responsible around climate change and addressing the impacts of the environment that we are facing around the world right now. Canada is going to be a strong and positive actor on the world stage, including in Paris at COP21. That's why we have a very strong minister, not just of the environment, but Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, who will be at the heart of this this discussion. And she's, of course, an Ottawa girl. We can see the support for her here. But the fact is that we have an amazing team of strong cabinet members who will lean in with the kind of engagement both with the provinces and municipalities and countries around the world to demonstrate that Canada is doing its part to address climate change impacts. Merci beaucoup tout le monde. Thank you very, very much.
I'm Rosemary Barton, and you've been listening to Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister, giving his first press conference to media. Asked a number of questions as he now mingles with the crowd, as that's what we expect him to do now for a little while as he leaves the grounds of Rideau Hall to go to his first cabinet meeting. It made it clear that at that cabinet meeting, one of the first things up for discussion between him and his team of ministers, and he said again that this is about a team. This is about ministers making decisions in his government. One of the first decisions they will make is to decide when Parliament will return. Justin Trudeau saying that he's hoping that will happen in the first few days, the first week or so of December. In terms of the meteor policy issues, he was asked specifically what he would do on Syrian refugees and said again that he wanted to talk to Cabinet, trying to signal that this is going to be a collaborative approach and that his Cabinet ministers are going to be part of the decision-making process. But here he is now with his wife, Sophie Grégoire Trudeau, making their way through the hundreds of people, and the RCMP estimating 3,500 people showed up for this swearing-in ceremony this morning. And he's taking some time now to meet with the many people who have been here since as early as 9 a.m. or earlier to get a chance to meet the new Prime Minister. And Hannah Thibodeau is one of the few that's in that crowd and has been talking to those people all day. Hannah, I'm not sure if you can situate yourself in terms of how close you are to Mr. Trudeau and what's it like there.
I'm actually pretty close,
yeah.
And people are just going crazy to get an opportunity to shake his hand. He's signing autographs currently right now. I'm going to try to wiggle my way in here. People are getting, of course, selfies. He's very well known for his selfies. Keep walking up here. And his wife is also in the crowd as well. But the big thing is that these people really wanted to have that moment, have a chance to say hi to him. Let me just speak with this lady here. I'm going to speak with this lady right here. Oh, hi there. Look at this lady. She has... I've lost my camera. I've lost my camera. But
what
talking,
she has, you describe it. Yeah.
I'll just keep describing. These guys have photographs of Justin Trudeau that were autographed when he walked by. Tell me what that was like.
That was exciting.
What did he say to you?
Oh, he said a lot of things to me on the campaign.
On the campaign, but when he
said thank you. He just said thank you.
He said thank you. And what was he saying to you when he came and signed this?
Thank you so much, because we have been his volunteers ever since in the beginning. From the time that he was nominated, we were there, and that's it.
So these are more of these Papineau people who came down on a bus. Toronto people who came down on a bus. There are a lot of people who came down on a bus specifically to be here on a day like this one. Now I'm going to continue on in this lineup because, thank you, ladies, he is continuing to go down and sign autographs, take photos in this crowd of people.
And just so people, it's hard for you, Hannah, but just so it's awfully hard to see the new Prime Minister, too, because he's really surrounded by throngs of people, including his RCMP detail, who are trying to make sure that he's kept safe.
Lots of photographers, lots of journalists, and now I'm actually on the other side trying to see exactly what's going on. But this is, he doesn't have a lot of chance to say much to the crowd. It's just a quick thank you. They're appreciative of the work that a lot of these people did during the election campaign for him, and now he's just going through the crowds. That something he typically does, just to say hi and to get those photos and sign autographs.
And something, though, although he said he wasn't thinking of his dad today, he was thinking of his own kids, something that his own dad liked to do an awful lot as well. So, and again, this is what happens when you open the grounds of Rideau Hall to a cabinet swearing in. Hundreds of people have arrived, and they're enjoying their moment, their chance to get their couple of seconds with the new Prime Minister. Let's go to Terry Molesky, who's still up by Rideau Hall, down from where the Prime Minister is now. Terry, just some final thoughts from you as we close out the day.
Interesting first press conference, Rosie, in that it showed that this Prime Minister is certainly ready to do the important work of not saying too much, not making any mistakes. Things that stood out, for example, really were tone setting rather than news making. We're a government that wants to earn Canadians' trust by demonstrating that we trust Canadians. Pretty good line. When he was asked, well, why is all this gender parity so important? He had another pretty good line, because it's 2015. And he added, the government by cabinet is back. So he's saying things that people want to hear without necessarily saying a whole lot of anything. He was asked a couple of tricky questions, one about China, which he spectacularly ducked, and one about COP21, the climate summit in Paris, which he also ducked. In other words, he gave an answer to the effect that, yes, we're committed, we're going to be busy on climate change, we're going to be positive and active and all kinds of adjectives like that, but without being tempted, as his questioner had hoped, into anything very specific. So I'd say he passed that one with flying colors, but those questions won't go away, will they?
Yeah, and right now, the picture that we're looking at here, Terry, our director, describes as a Where's Waldo, which is the best description you could offer, because now I can sort of see Justin Trudeau in the middle there, the upper right of the screen, still in the midst of the crowd trying to talk to people. But you're quite right, Terry. I was struck by how little he managed to say about any of the things that he was asked about. Maybe he wants a chance to talk to Cabinet about some of those things, or at least, give the appearance that he's talking to Cabinet about those things.
Yeah, and to be fair, Rosie, that question about the environment it's a good question, but it's going to be very difficult to come up with that answer in the time available, as we discussed earlier. That summit is coming down the track very fast at the end of the month, and let's face it, right now this government doesn't know what the answers are to the question of how the government will somehow corral all the provinces into one coherent federal position, let alone what means will be adopted to achieve whatever targets they set.
All right, Terry. So we'll leave it there. Thanks, Terry, for all your help today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Your astute analysis. Remember, tonight, first of all, you can watch ongoing coverage here on CBC News Network. If you're watching on CBC News Network, we'll bring you the rest of the coverage of the cabinet and what it means going forward. We'll have extensive coverage tonight on power and politics, as you can well imagine. And of course, Peter Mansbridge has scooted out of here again because he's got an exclusive interview and exclusive behind-the-scenes access with Justin Trudeau that he will bring you tonight on The National. And while we tried to get him to reveal some of the secrets of that interview here on this special, he would not. So you'll have to watch all of that later tonight. Watching the final scenes here of Justin Trudeau as he ends his first cabinet as the 23rd Prime Minister of this country. 30 people in the cabinet, 15 men, 15 women. His first time forming government. And he is, after meeting with more people in the crowd, heading off to Parliament Hill to hold his first cabinet meeting, after which we are expecting some of the ministers to take questions. Thanks very much for watching. On behalf of Peter Mansbridge and the whole crew, see you back here later.